Hello everyone! Welcome to the first day, the very start of the Checkmate Identity 5 tournament. My name is Myxieneo, and I will be your commentator for the first matchup in this elimination stage today. Now, there are a total of 16 teams in this tourney, and the matches will take place over 3 weekends of November, including this one. Today we'll be having 4 teams, and I get to commentate the matches between the teams No Fly Zone and Halcyon to kick-start the tournament. Later on, we will have Team Ghost and Team SEX. If you want to stay tuned for that, please look forward to it. It'll be commentated by Sikey and Miki. And we'll also be using the rules based on the official tournaments such as IVT and IVL. So we are going to be having a lakeside ban first thing and foremost. Now the maps allowed for this tournament will be 8 in total. There will be Arms Factory, Red Church, Sacred Heart Hospital, Lakeside Village, Moonlit River Park, Leo's Memory, Ever Sleeping Town, and Chinatown. Now, the map that has been selected will be Moonlit River Park, a very solid pick, especially since the surviving team will not get to ban a hunter in the first round. We will be having the Halcyon Hunter first up, and that will be Algaes. Now with Algaes first up as Hunter, we will be having I Love Myth, Mamba, Furia Pico, and Moss as the no-fly zone survivors. Another factor in this tournament is that we will be allowed to have area selection. So once we've proceeded with the character bans and picks, the persona web selection, we will be proceeding to the area selection. So as for Survivor and Hunter picks, all of the Survivors and the Hunters that can be used in rank mode are allowed to be used in the tournament. That being said, we are allowed to see newer characters such as the Hermit, Clerk, and the Antiquarian, so long as they aren't banned. The point system is as follows. If you get a 4-man escape or an elimination, 5 points will go to the winning team. And if you get 3 escapes and 1 elimination, that will be 3 points to the survivors, 1 point to the hunter. 2 escapes and 2 eliminations would be 2 for both teams, and so on. So at the end of each round, the team with the highest number of points will win the round. And because this is a BO3 or best of 3, a winner will be decided when the team wins the 2 rounds. Now we are going to be proceeding to the ban and picks. Now, as mentioned earlier, since this is only the first round, only the hunter will get to ban survivors. We will be having 1 survivor ban first before the survivors can choose 2 characters to lock in, and then an additional survivor bans for the hunter before the last 2 are picked. Since this is Moonlit River Park, one of the bigger maps of the Identity 5 game, there's lots of hunters that could be possibly chosen, as well as survivors. Since it's only the first round, survivors will not be getting a hunter ban. There's a lot of options on the table. Options such as Breaking Wheel, although Flywheel Effect does have a good counter to Breaking Wheel, he's still a solid pick on this map. There's also the Dream Witch, the Sculptor, lots of options, and same for the survivors. Since this is a bigger map, there's definitely the option to ban Priestess, a really strong survivor on this map. However, with bans such as that, it does make way for other survivors such as the Seer or the Mercenary to be picked initially. So Oh, and there we go. We have the Priestess band first, which allows the Mercenary and Seer to be picked. Now, they're very solid meta survivors. Definitely a good choice. But taking Priestess off the table does take away that mobility on the survivor side. They won't have those portals to rely on. But this will be the no-fly zone survivors first up. And I've had the pleasure of actually watching them in another tournament that has happened over October. And their teamwork is just top notch. So I'm really eager to see how this works out. Our second band will be the forward. So forward is off the table for NFC. Now we are going to be having the acrobat as our third survivor lock-in. Definitely a really high survivability team composition right now. I'm curious to see who they'll choose as their last survivor. The entomologist was banned as the third and final survivor band. Definitely a good choice because we have seen some great teamwork and utilization of both priestess, forward, as well as the entomologist. Now we are setting up the match, and barmaid will be the last selection. Definitely a great choice. It is going to be difficult for the hunter to pick a target. All of these are really solid picks. Although we have the barmaid in play, she can definitely get that heal in or have the opportunity to heal other teammates with the Dublin. Now we are waiting on that hunter ban, or hunter pick rather, since the survivors will not be allowed to ban a hunter in the first round. I'm very interested in knowing who Algies, the hunter for Halcyon, will pick first, especially considering the team composition. Now, the survivors will have already chosen their persona webs due to the new rules before the hunter is known, though the hunter will not be aware of the persona web, of course. And since we mentioned Algiers as the Halcyon hunter, I would like to reiterate that the no-fly zone serves participating right now will be I Love Myth, Mamba, Furia Pico, and Moss. I really hope you look forward to their gameplay. Once we get the last pick settled and the custom match started, we will proceed to the area selection. Now, of course, there is a lot of choices for the area selection on such a large map. Lots of really strong areas for these survivors to contain the hunter in. There's also the roller coaster in play. I'm really looking forward to the possibility of the roller coaster being used by either team, really. Um, yeah. And because the all survivor and hunters that are able to be chosen in rank mode, they will all be able to be chosen for this tournament as well. I'm looking forward to seeing some often banned hunters, some meta hunters, as well as some newer characters, ones we may not be as familiar with as much in Attorney just yet. I would love to see some Clerk gameplay and some Hermit gameplay, but since this is just the round one and best of three, I do look forward to seeing picks such as the Breaking Wheel and Sculptor for the first rounds. So for the map selections, it was actually chosen by a coin toss. and the loser of the coin toss ended up choosing the banned map, while the winner of the coin toss selected the map. And the losing team of the coin toss will be also selecting the faction. For later rounds, such as the... Okay. Now I do see we are going to have a Hermit as our first hunter. Algius from Halcyon is going to be playing Hermit against the No Fly Zone survivors, Mercenary, Seer, Acrobat, and Barmaid. This is going to be a really interesting and great map. Now, although it's not quite as what I predicted, I was looking forward to seeing more newer hunters, so this is definitely going to be a treat. Hermit is also pretty strong with higher mobility, although not quite the same as hunters such as Breaking Wheel. There's definitely a great opportunities to utilize his own abilities to close in that distance between all of these survivors. And since made the excellent choice of banning Priestess, survivors will also lack that sort of mobility that they would if Priestess was in play on such a large map. Now, in the meantime, if you haven't already, the Bungo Stray Dogs collab has already started on Identity 5, despite the bit of delay and a whole lot of other controversy. They were able to make do with that. If you haven't already, you can get the Rampo skin for Painter for free if you log in, as well as the accessory if you do play the game. Hope you look forward to that. In the shop, there's also a skin for Dazai, which is an S tier skin for the prisoner. It also comes with an S tier accessory as well. And then there is another S tier for the mercenary. And of course, if you haven't already, the Halloween event is going to be ending on the 9th of November. So make sure you get your pumpkins or your candy corns in order to get the Barmaid A tier skin, the Wax Artist B tier skin, Barmaid emote, and Survivor accessory. That's going to need a little under 400 of them. So make sure you are doing your dailies, playing the Nocturnal Escape, another fun game mode. Definitely different from the others that we have so far. It's only going to be here for a limited time, so do make the most of it while you still can. Now, while we wait for the Halcyon Hunter, I am gonna go get in some more information regarding the persona webs. Since we are following the new ban and pick system, the survivors have had to lock in their persona web before the hunter is known. So these persona webs were chosen before they knew that the hunter was going to be Hermit, and then we'll be able to proceed in the area selection. Now, of course, this step is going to be done in private, so the other team will not be aware of what Persona Web these survivors are bringing. So it seems that we're going with a half Tide Turner carrying team. So the Mercenary and the Acrobat are going to be carrying Tide, while the Seer and the Barmaid are going to be playing Flywheel Effect. Definitely some really solid choices. Since Flywheel Effect is a pretty great skill to utilize, especially with such meta hunters such as Breaking Wheel. Definitely a great choice and a safe pick for the first round. Any hunter is on the table since the survivors don't have that first ban. So these are definitely some great choices, and does give some traits for the Seer and the Barmaid, who are more assist type survivors, to have more on their kit for survivability. Now we are going to be proceeding to the area selection shortly, now that we've gotten into the custom round. It's going to be I Love Myth as Mercenary, Moss as the Seer, Mamba as the Barmaid, and oh, we have Carl the Legend subbing in and playing as Acrobat, and Aljuice as the Hermit. Now, the area selection has I Love Myth, the Mercenary over at the Cypher Bridge, Moss the Seer as first stop, Barmaid Mamba in the 2-story, and Carly Legend Acrobat on the 4th stop. The Hermit is going to be at the 3rd stop by the Working Carousel, and good luck to both teams. I'm really interested in seeing how this plays out. Okay, so we are going to be having that Hermit set up those connections on these ciphers, and proceeding over to the Working Carousel area. It does seem like he's going to go for the 2nd story where the Barmaid is decoding. So it looks like we have our first kite target right here. Now Barmaid is going over to the 2nd story over by the window. No broken windows, but the Hermit is going to take the vault here, following the Barmaid, who has transitioned over to the slide area. Now Barmaid's got a decent amount of distance on the Hermit, but the Barmaid is connected with the Mercenary and Acrobat, who are going to help her tank this hit right here. Now, Barmaid is going over to the 1st stop area. Lots of pallets over here, but Hermit is not far behind. Now she's got excellent blink by the Hermit, getting that 2nd hit in, but Barmaid is going to take the roller coaster here now that he's utilized that blink. Now it seems like the 2nd stop has been turned off. Excellent play by No Fly Zone right there, and Barmaid is going to make it over to the 3rd stop, but Hermit does a really great job of teleporting over there. Oh, and Barmaid is going to use the flywheel effect to escape that hit. Very excellent usage of the flywheel effect, and then the different speed drink. She's been able to transition over to this tri-pallet, but oh, is going to go down here. Excellent plays by both the Barmaid and the Hermit. She's going to get chaired over by the bridge in front of 2-story, but the Seer has since then taken over her old cipher, and Mercenary seems to be on his way to get that rescue in. Yeah, and here we go. I Love Myth does utilize an elbow pad to get a clean save from the Barmaid. Oh, Hermit does a great job, but gets the hit on the Mercenary over here. Excellent opportunity for the Mercenary to body block the Barmaid, Well, she does utilize this pallet over here by Tri-Pallet. Now, Hermit is still in close pursuit of her, and Tide Turner has run out. Oh, an excellent owl by the Seer, but the Hermit just misses the hit. Barmaid is going to transition over towards the two-story area, and the owl runs out here, but there is another two-pallet area over here. And we are going to see the Barmaid get hit here, but since the other survivors on her team have that shared polarity, they're also going to help her tank that hit. And she does go over at the slide here, forcing the Hermit to go up, but he does go down, and yeah, here we go back at the two-pallet area. The Barmaid is going to get terror shocked right here, and we now see the Hermit is at max presence. Although there's 4 ciphers remaining, there is a decent amount of progress on the Circus Tent cipher, one by Gladkite, and yeah, there's 3 ciphers now. The 2-story and Blast Stop were able to get decoded. Now, Proud of the Legend, the Acrobat is going over for that rescue, and tanks a hit before getting to the chair, but Barmaid is... Oh, unfortunately, the flywheel effect does not save Barmaid from that last hit, and once Tide Turner runs out, she will be going down. We are seeing her move away from the rest of the team, however, and going to be falling towards the second stop. Now, this is Barmaid's elimination, her last chair, so good plays by Mamba, but we will be seeing the last of them right here. Now, Acrobat and Seer are going to be healing up by the God-Timing Cipher, and Mercenary is working on the Cipher Bridge. There is a Cipher over here by Working Carousel, which the Hermit teleports over to, but unfortunately no one is there. There is a decent amount of progress on that Cipher, however, but he does catch sight of the Mercenary over here. Now, the Mercenary is past that halfway point, so he's gotta have to be careful over here. He's also the only one with the blue polarity, so one last hit can get him down. Oh, does utilize the last of his elbow pads right here, but heads over to a really strong area by the circus tent. Oh, nice blink prediction by the Mercenary, who does take the vault, but he is gonna go down here. Now there's 2 ciphers remaining. Quite a bit of progress on the Working Carousel ruins, where the Mercenary is going to get chaired. There's also a cipher at a halfway point at the Cipher Bridge, Mercenary's old cipher. And it seems that the Seer is working on that right now. Now, Mercenary does have a delayed chair time, so he will be able to sit in that chair for quite a bit. He is almost approaching the halfway mark, so I don't think that halfway rescue will be able to go through. Acrobat is, however, moving towards the chair right now, but Hermit is hot on his tail. He is going to get hit here despite the bomb, and Hermit is going to teleport over. Can he get this rescue? He can! And Hermit does miss that swing, so Acrobat is able to get the rescue and go down here, taking the body block for the Mercenary. The Mercenary, however, is at half health, so despite that damage, he does have a delay in damage sinking in if he gets normal hit right here. So he can go for that rescue. Both of them have utilized all the Tide Turner, but that last cipher is just about primed now. Oh, and we are going to be seeing a pop right here. Hermit does have detention. There, the Mercenary does get hit right there, and the damage is shared. The dungeon is over by the Cipher Bridge, where the Seer is. Seer does not have an owl, so he is going to take that opportunity to go over to the gate. Now, Mercenary is around the circus tent, where the dungeon so happens to be. Unfortunately, Acrobat will have to expire on the chair right here. It's too big of a risk for the Mercenary to go in for that rescue, so we're going to have that. It does not seem that the Hunter has tinnitus though, but he is going to play it safe and stick with the Acrobat as Seer decodes the other gate. Now we are going to see the Hermit teleport over to the exit gate Seer was working at. Unfortunately, Seer is going to go down here. No owl. And the gate isn't quite open, so he is going to get shared over at first stop. Now Mercenary is making moves towards the other gate by the fourth stop, but he is at half health to a Hermit with detention, so this is going to get a bit risky. We are going to see Mercenary transition away from the gate. Perhaps he can go around. Oh, nope. Still around the gate area. Definitely will have to tap that gate at least. Oh, and there are the crows. He is on the gate now, but that has alerted the Hermit of his location. And the Hermit is going to take the opportunity to go over to Working Carousel, locate that Mercenary. But Mercenary knows this and has since then transitioned away from the gate. Oh, we are going to see Detention run out here, but there's that Tinnitus. I Love Myth just needs to last a little bit longer to hopefully get that dungeon escape. However, if Algaes can get this hit in, oh, there we go, and the down. Excellent 4-man elimination by the Halcyon Hunter, and great plays to all teams. Congratulations, that is 5 points to Halcyon. Oh, that was a really great match, despite not going with common picks for the first round, going for the meta. We went for the Hermit, and it does appear that, wow, we do have Alchis is an A badge Hermit. Very impressive. Those are some really great plays. He really kept all of the survivors on their toes, and yeah, even the bands that were placed, I feel like that was really, those are some really strong picks. We do have really strong survivor players in No Fly Zone, and they did their best, but we are going to be seeing Halcyon in the lead for this first round. That was a really impressive kite by the barmaid. I really did like the usage of the flywheel effect as well as the Dufresne. She was able to avoid quite a few hits there. We did see a lot of teamwork. Those are some really solid body blocks. After rescues, we saw Seer using his owl to support the barmaid. And yeah, we are going to be seeing No Fly Zone Hunter now. I believe that is going to be Fafa. Very exciting to see him play. Then we're going to have the Halcyon Survivors. That'll be Yunoya, Forbidden, Bunny Bun Bun, and No More. Now, since the first match that was selected is going to be Moonlit River Park, we will be seeing the next match on Moonlit as well. I'm really interested in seeing who they'll all choose. I wonder if they'll still go for the same bands or something entirely different. Now, since Halcyon does get those 5 points from the 4-man elimination, No Fly Zone will definitely have to pick up the pace. So, in order to catch up with that point gap, I really wonder who Fafa is going to play because I've seen him play quite a bit of Hunters. And of course, we are going to only be seeing 3 survivor bands in total for this time around, since we're only in the first round. Yeah. We will be having Hunter Fafa ban a survivor first before 2 survivors lock in, and then proceed with the 2 more bans. And of course, the persona web selection followed by the area selection. So our first ban is going to be the Seer, another really solid choice that you can definitely identify the hunter as soon as the match starts, can spectate and protect not only himself but his teammates. This can really extend some kites, and I'm really looking forward to what survivors the Halcyon members will pick instead. We are going to be seeing Batter get selected as the first pick. Really looking forward to seeing that Batter gameplay. Definitely not a common one you may see in the first round, but with Halcyon in the lead, we can definitely see that flexibility, off-meta choices. We are going to be seeing the Psychologist as well, another really strong pick. And our second survivor ban from the no-fly zone side is going to be the Mercenary. Another really great pick for a map so big such as Moonlit. That delayed damage, those elbow pads, you can definitely utilize that to get from one place to another faster than a lot of other survivors, as well as taking that damage not only for himself but his teammates. We are going to be seeing the Prisoner chosen. Really excited to see some Decoder gameplay, and the Acrobat being banned. Another really solid choice. And oh, we are not going to be seeing a Priestess in play. We are going to be seeing Balmer as our final choice. Now, this is a really interesting team comp from the Halcyon side. However, they are pretty solid survivor picks. I really wonder how they will be utilized a team together. And of course, a lot of these survivors will benefit from the large map, or rather, they can make amends towards the size of the map and lack of mobility. We do have Embalmer in play, and it's gonna be harder for hunters to get to that coffin. We are going to be having the Prisoner, who can help with the cipher control across the map. And we are getting this all set up. And of course, this is going to be the Halcyon Survivors versus the No-Fly Zone Hunter. Really looking forward to seeing these plays. This is the second half of the first round. And at the moment, it is actually Halcyon in the lead with 5.5-0. So we are going to be seeing only one survivor bringing the tide turner, which will be the psychologist. Prisoner and batter, on the other hand, will be carrying flywheel effect, and embalmer will be carrying broken windows. I'm really interested in seeing how this pans out because it definitely gives some more survivability to the characters who they feel will probably get kite. And here I will just send out an invite. And I'm really interested in seeing who Alpha ends up playing. Good luck to both teams. Very excited to say that Fafa will be playing his Soul Weaver. I'm really looking forward to seeing this Soul Weaver plays. I know it's only the first round, but because Fafa is such an amazing Soul Weaver player, I definitely think it's still a quite safe choice for him to play as a hunter he's so familiar with. Now we are going to be seeing No More as Embalmer, Forbidden as Batter, Bunny Bun Bun as Prisoner, and Eunoia as the Psychologist. It is going to be the Prisoner and Batter bringing the flywheel effect, Psychologist with Tide Turner, and Embalmer with Broken Windows. I'm really interested in seeing how this pans out. We are going to be seeing the Prisoner choose the spawn at 2-story. Oh, Batter choosing the spawn at 2-story, Prisoner at Godkite, the Psychologist at first stop, and the Embalmer at the Cipher Bridge. Soul Weaver is going to choose the spawn in between Psychologist and Prisoner at first stop and Godkite, so I'm really interested in seeing how this plays out and who gets first kite. Oh, we might have to fix things up because I do believe we are missing someone. We are missing someone. So we might have to restart the match. Yeah, there we go. Sorry about that. Now we will restart, but just to reiterate, we are going to be seeing Batter, Psychologist, Prisoner, Embalmer from the Halcyon survivors, and then Soul Weaver from the No Fly Zone team. We are going to have to get this custom match set up again. So in the meantime, I really hope everyone is looking forward to seeing these teams play. Be sure to give your love in the chat. And be sure to keep it kind. Please respect all of the players, all of the staff participating. There's a lot of people involved and a lot of really great players. Again, there are 16 teams in total. I really hope you look forward to watching all of the teams play. Today we will have 2 more teams after Halcyon and No Fly Zone. It'll be Ghost and SEX. That will be commentated by Sikey and Miki, so I really hope you look forward to that and stay tuned for it as well. We are going to be having some more matches throughout this weekend, and the whole tourney itself will span for the 3 weeks of November, the first 3 weeks of November, including this one, of course. So please look forward to it. I really hope you'll all continue to support your favorite teams, as well as all of the teams and everyone participating in this tournament. Now we will have to reset the custom once more, just due to technical difficulties. But I do hope you look forward to the second half of the first round. Now we are going to be on Moonlit River Park with the Halcyon survivors going up against the No Fly Zone Hunter. In the first half, we saw the Halcyon Hunter Allergies get a 4-man elimination against the No Fly Zone survivors. We did see some really excellent Hermit gameplay, and the No Fly Zone survivors had a really interesting team comp, really great. It was Mercenary, Seer, Acrobat, and Barmaid. And of course, if you all haven't already in the meantime, do check out the Bungo Stray Dogs collaboration. Identity 5 was finally able to launch it, but there are quite a bit of tasks as well as some check ins. There is the Halloween event as well that is going to be wrapping up on November 9th. So if you haven't already, make sure you're on top of collecting all of those candy corns, playing Nocturnal Escape, keeping up with the story. You can get some candy corns through that. All of the items in the shop for the event will cost just a little under 400 candy corns, I believe. So if you're interested in getting that Barmaid A tier, that Wax Artist B tier, that Barmaid emote, and Survivor accessory, do check out the Twilight Banquet. If you haven't already, make sure you also check out the event store. There are some older accessories, I believe, for the Thief and the Forward. There is the old Halloween chase music for both the hunters and the survivors. And there's also some new food for the lobby. Okay, so we are getting that customs match set up. Thank you so much for your patience, everybody. We are going to be seeing the survivors from Halcyon go up against No Fly Zone Hunter. And the bands in play were initially 3 for survivors, and that was the Seer initially, and then the Mercenary, and then I believe Acrobat. We are going to be seeing some Psychologist, Batter, Prisoner, and Embalmer gameplay from the Halcyon side, and some Soul Weaver gameplay from the Hunting side. And of course, this will be on Moonlit River Park, since we're still in the second half of the first round. Initially, it was the Halcyon Hunter up against the No Fly Zone survivors, and they were able to get a 4-man elimination, which put Halcyon in the lead. Now, I do believe we're going for different spawn points, or no, the same spawn points with the Psychologist at first stop, Prisoner at Godkite outside the 2-story building, with Batter in the 2-story, and of course the Embalmer at the Cypher Bridge. Now, Soulweaver is going to take the spawn by the slide in between the Psychologist and Prisoner. So, good luck to both teams, and let's see how this match plays out. Okay, so first thing, we are going to be seeing the Soulweaver go over to the Godkite area. This is a pretty solid choice because our decoder, the Prisoner, happens to be over here, and he's even set up some pallet. Fafa does catch sight of the Prisoner though, and using the pallet he dropped earlier as well as the shock, was able to excellent teamwork by Forbidden over here, who was able to smack Fafa not once but twice and allowing the Prisoner to get away. Now, the Soulweaver has decided to chase that Batter and gets the first hit over here. Batter also was not able to get those 2 balls, however. But is able to take the roller coaster. Now, Soulweaver is going to take that teleport and transition over to the 4th stop, but the roller coaster has just arrived, actually. And the Batter, using his last ball, does get a hit, but the Soulweaver is catching up over here. There's a utilization of the flywheel effect, but here's a web, and Batter is going to go down over here. Really excellent teamwork by Halcyon, and it did allow the decoder to escape. And we are going to be seeing the Embalmer over here, who has quite a bit of webs, is going to slow down over here, but is going to get down here due to the web chip damage and the normal hit. Now, Soulweaver is almost at final presence, so Halcyon should be aware of this. Batter has just approached the halfway mark, but the Psychologist has gone over for the rescue. Now, the Psychologist is the only member of this team composition who is bringing Tide Turner, so it will greatly benefit if the Psychologist is able to get that rescue in. Embalmer does pick himself up, however, to get that roller coaster out of the way. And the Psychologist is going to go down here due to all of the web chip damage. Unfortunately, the stress bubble was not able to tank that, and Batter is going to get eliminated. Goodbye, Forbidden. Now the roller coaster is at the first stop as well as the Embalmer. We are only at 5 ciphers remaining. However, the Godkiting cipher is just about to be popped, and there we go. The cipher bridge is not quite at 50%. Otherwise, we do not have any ciphers. So things are looking a bit intense for the Halcyon survivors right now. Now, Soulweaver does make a return to the Psychologist's chair, who has since then gone past the halfway point. Embalmer is over here and does have a coffin, however, and we have seen Prisoner move over towards the middle to decode over there. Now, this is going to be really tough. They really have to get that Dungeon 2 spawn, since they're just about to get another teammate eliminated. Embalmer did do a good job of keeping Soulweaver in place, especially to get that tinnitus, to make Soulweaver think that that rescue was going to happen, but Embalmer has since then returned to the first stop, where there is some cipher progress. However, Soulweaver's teleport is up, and it does look like Fafa is looking for other ciphers. Now, Embalmer and Soulweaver are both at the first stop. But excellent usage of the webs to get Embalmer off of that roller coaster. Now Embalmer is just a chip damage away from getting downed. So he really needs to be careful here. Oh, and is going to go down. I believe he already used his self pickup, so no more is going to be staying right there. Will be getting slugged. While the prisoner is currently working on that cipher bridge, which has the most progress out of all the ciphers. However, that teleport is online, so Alpha is going to go over and teleport to the prisoner. Now, excellent usage of the shock to get towards a better area, but there's the coffin, which happens to be at one of the dungeon spawn locations. Now, prisoner is gonna go down right here. Really, really solid chase. Oh, prisoner is going to get cocooned right here. Now, it's too late for the embalmer to rebirth or pick himself up. I don't think that rebirth is possible now, and neither is that pickup due to picking himself up earlier to take the roller coaster back to first off. We are going to be seeing Fafa playing the imaginary violin over here. I'm not really sure if surrender is up. Unfortunately, the dungeon is still hidden. It was a really close situation because the cipher over at the cipher bridge was nearly popped, but wasn't able to get popped to spawn that dungeon. Now there we go. We do have the surrender up. Excellent 4-man elimination from Fafa. Really great work to the Halcyon survivors and the no fly zone hunter. We are going to be see a tie at the moment because no fly zone was able to catch up in points. That's 5-5 for both teams. Congratulations to both teams. It was really fun watching you all so far. I'm really impressed by your plays and really interesting teamwork. I really liked how despite the prisoner actually being the first target, the batter came to support and also did end up getting the first chase after all. Really excellent utilization of Soul Weaver's webs to get those survivors down. The batter and psychologist weren't even able to get rescued from their first chair. So that was a really, really intense match. Really great way to catch up to their opponents. So we're looking at a tie situation for both teams at the moment. So we are going to proceed to the second round, I believe. We are going to be seeing an increase in bans for both teams. The survivors will be getting to choose a hunter to ban as well. I'm interested in seeing the hunter picks, especially if the hunters they played in the first round end up getting banned. And of course, since Moonlit River Park was selected for round two, for round one, we are not going to be able to see Moonlit River Park again. There are, however, 7 other maps to choose from, including Arms Factory, the Red Church, Sacred Heart Hospital, Lakeside Village, Leo's Memory, Ever Sleeping Town, and Chinatown. So we did see, we are having map bans as well, and No Fly Zone ended up banning the Red Church. Excellent choice. It is one of the smaller maps, but it is quite balanced. Some might argue it's more in favor of survivors. And the map selected was Ever Sleeping, another really solid and balanced map. We are going to be seeing Hunter pick first. I believe, for no Fly Zone. So it is going to be, I think we're going to see some more Fafa gameplay right away. Really excited for that. And of course, we will be proceeding to the ban and pick selection soon after we have those selections in place. We are going to be seeing 2 survivor bans first off, followed by a hunter ban, and then we're gonna have the 2 survivor lock-in picks. Now, we are going to be seeing the Seer and Mercenary get banned for our first 2 picks. I'm really interested in seeing what Halcyon survivors end up choosing, if they'll go with a similar team comp as the last match that they had, or opt for something else. Oh, and of course we are going to be getting their hunter ban first. I'm anticipating perhaps a Soul Weaver ban, since Vafa's Soul Weaver is quite strong. We saw it ourselves in the match that just occurred. It was a really really intense 4-mana elimination before the dungeon could even spawn. And as expected, we are going to get that Soul Weaver banned, so that's off the table for Fafa to choose. However, since Fafa is quite an impressive hunter, there's definitely a lot to choose from, and we are going to be having the first 2 survivor lock-ins. Once again, I'm really looking forward to what Halcyon picks. I was really intrigued by their initial picks for the first round, opting for not quite meta survivors, but definitely some really popular picks, and they've also been utilized well in other tournaments. You've seen them in IVL and so on. We are going to be seeing the Entomologist and Embalmer as first picks. Really great choices for a map such as Ever Sleeping Town. It's a little more on the smaller side, especially compared to the Moonlit River Park that we just saw for our first round. However, it's still got a lot of areas that a coffin can definitely be utilized, especially with such great team communication. We saw it ourselves with the Halcyon survivors really assisting each other, especially during the beginning of the previous match. It's also great to see the Entomologist in play. Definitely there are a lot of areas that the Entomologist's ability with the honey to vault over the windows as well as the pallets to make it faster for not only herself, the survivors, to vault over. Now we are going to be seeing one survivor ban for the hunter, now that we've locked in as Entomologist and Embalmer. I'm really interested in seeing who gets chosen, or if it's just going to be like the previous match. I wonder if we are going to be seeing some gameplay with characters such as the Priestess and Forward, who are also very excellent picks for the map, but just in the game in general, they're definitely up there in the Survivor meta. Oh, and the final ban is going to be Barmaid, another really solid choice, another choice that is rising in popularity, especially due to the great utilization of that Dovlin that could heal both the Barmaid as well as her teammates. Now we are going to get one more a lock-in for the survivor before the last survivor band gets picked. Now with barmaid off the table, I wonder if we can get a character like the psychologist once again. We didn't see too much psychologist gameplay, especially with the usage of that whistle to tank in that damage for other teammates. I would definitely be interested in seeing some more psychologist gameplay from Halcyon's side. I think that would definitely be an interesting alternative to characters such as Barmaid, who was just banned. And we are going to see our third survivor chosen as the Postman. I'm really excited to see this Postman gameplay. Definitely really useful with all of those letters and can honestly double down as a decoder and give his teammates some decoding boost. Postman is a really versatile character, and I'm really happy to get him used in this tournament, especially so early on. And we're gonna get one last survivor ban. I wonder if we are going to get that those meta bans such as the priestess. Priestess is really strong on this map. Despite it being so open, there's still a lot of terrain such as the buildings that can really be utilized for portals. Oh, our final pick for the Halcyon survivors is going to be Prospector. Now the psychologist was banned. I did mention the psychologist earlier, but definitely some good choices, especially because Barmaid was also banned, as well as the Seer and Mercenary. Unfortunately, we aren't going to be seeing more Halcyon psychologist gameplay at the moment, but I am really interested in seeing the Prospector gameplay. Now this is going to be, I believe, the first time we see Entomologist, Postman, and Prospector in this tournament so far, since we're just starting out. So I'm really looking forward to how they play, but also how they assist one another. They are going to be choosing their persona webs before the hunter gets chosen, but of course, the hunter will be chosen after that. I think I'll wait a little bit just to that happen. And once we have that all settled in and we get the customs going, we will be having the area the area spawn selection. Now, previously we did see some really interesting choices from the Halcyon survivors. Their persona webs were quite more on the kiting side with a containment sort of focus. We saw two characters bringing flywheel effect and one character bringing windows, only one with tie turner. So I'm wondering if they will go, I believe they will be going for the same strategy. Especially on a map such as Eversleeping Town, it's definitely a more open map. I think Flywheel is definitely a strong choice for a map like Eversleeping, especially if you need to transition to a stronger kiting area. It's really easy to get caught on the train tracks or just in an open area. And we are going to be having a no fly zone hunter select a hunter in a moment. Oh, I am really excited to see that this is going to be a 2 flywheel, 2 broken windows carrying team. It does not look like they are going to be utilizing the tie turner. Definitely a really interesting choice, but I really think they're going for that higher survivability and that higher kiting potential. So I'm really, really excited to see how this goes. Now we are proceeding over to the area selection shortly, once we've settled in as all the characters. This is the first half of the second round between Halcyon and No Fly Zone, and at the moment, I believe they're both tied for points. Both teams were able to get 4-man eliminations in the first round. We saw that on Moonlit River Park, and we saw some really great character picks. We saw some great Hermit gameplay from Alchis from the Halcyon team, and then Soul Weaver gameplay from No Fly Zone Fafa. We saw a lot of we saw some mercenary, we saw some acrobat, armaid, and seer, and we also saw some psychologist, batter, prisoner, and embalmer. We are going to be seeing some more embalmer gameplay, but to shake things up a little more, we are going to be having no more playing embalmer, I believe, yeah, and Eunoia as postman, Bunny Bun Bun as entomologist, and Forbidden as prospector. Yeah, we are going to be seeing Fafa play Wu Chang. So this is going to be really exciting. Definitely a strong pick on Ever Sleeping Town. We are proceeding over to the area selection now. With it does seem like Prospector is going to take the middle spawn with the entomologist and postman on opposite ends. We just need okay, and then we have embalmer over by the corner house by the gate, and Wu Chang is going to take the corner spawn in between embalmer, entomologist, and prospector. Really excited to see this match, and good luck to both teams. This is the second round of Halcyon Survivors versus No Fly Zone Hunter. Now we are just loading in. I'm really interested in seeing who Fafa ends up chasing first. Okay, there we go. Now we are... Okay, it seems like there is a bit of a connection error. So we are going to get a pause right here. I am really excited to see Fafa play Wu Chang. He's got that LinkedIn link click skin equipped. So I'm really excited to see a little bit of Lu Guang and Teng Jiaxu. There is of course a current crossover happening right now, so if you haven't already, definitely go in for the skins as well as the other items. There's quite a bit of graffiti, there's accessories, and you can get the round plus skin for Painter for free. Okay, it does seem like the match will get restarted, so we are going to take a little bit more time proceeding into the second round. But it is something definitely to look forward to because we are going to be seeing more of the Halcyon survivors. We didn't get to see as much in the previous round. due to the 4-man elimination, but I am confident that we will be getting to see some more of Halcyon survivors. Oops. Now the survivors are going to be going with an embalmer, entomologist, prospector, and postman composition, and none of them are actually bringing Tide Turner. I'm extremely excited to see how this plays out, because definitely Tide Turner, having not a single Tide Turner on the team definitely raises some questions. I wonder if they're going to go in for any rescues, and if rescues happen, I really wonder how they pan out. Especially with a hunter such as Wu Chang, who has really strong camping abilities, especially with that white guard. We are going to restart here. That was going to be 2 flywheel effects and then 2 broken windows along with their borrowed time. And we are going to go into the area selection shortly. That is going to be No More as Embalmer, Forbidden as Prospector, Bunny Bun Bun as Entomologist, and Yunoya as Postman. Okay, great. We are making sure that we have the right persona webs equipped, as specified prior to the hunter selection. And then we are going to proceed to the area selection before the round starts. We did see a Seer Mercenary, Barmaid, and Psychologist ban that was taken off the so those survivors are taken off the table. We are going with, I believe, a similar spawn point, but the Embalmer has moved into the corner. So we are going to proceed to the Hunter's area selection pick. It seems that the Embalmer and Wu Chang have switched places, and we are going to see the Wu Chang spawn at the first stop of the tram. Okay, good luck to both teams. This is the Halcyon Survivors versus the No Fly Zone Hunter in the first half of round 2. And we are going to see Embalmer drop down that coffin right away. Oh, and it appears we are going to have a little bit of some technical difficulties. So in the meantime, I'm really interested in seeing how this pans out. It appears we do have some survivors spawning right by some ciphers. Embalmer seems to be that first target, so definitely going away from that coffin is a really strong decision. Considering the Wu Chang is so close, though, I'm sure he'll be able to locate it, and due to the black guard and white guard, it won't be too hard for Wu Chang to close in that distance between him and the coffin. Now, I'm really interested in this team composition. It is sort of a wall, but I often see teams choosing to spawn 2 survivors in the graveyard and the corner house area. I definitely consider these as strong points, especially on a full team, so you can communicate where that basement is. But for the meantime, it is going to be a bit of a mystery. Okay, we are going to be proceeding into the match, and it looks like the hunter is going towards the vacate area. It looks like the Embalmer is closing in, and he is going to break the pallet over here that Embalmer dropped. He did have fast pallet breaking, and we are going to be seeing a switch over to Blackguard. Now Embalmer is moving over, and the Entomologist is supporting the Embalmer with her bees. Now the pallets have also been dropped, as well as the honey over on the window vault, so that's been set up. But it seems like Bomber is transitioning over towards the graveyard, a really solid kiting area. However, we're not quite sure if the basement is there or not. However, even if he is basemented, basement is not located here, but Embalmer has done a good job of transitioning away from the rest of the team. Now we are going to see a blink, but the hit does not quite connect. He's really gaining in on the Embalmer here though, and there, Embalmer does get hit through the pallet. So that is going to be a down, and we are going to see 2 ciphers well past half, with 1 just under, and we are going to have Embalmer chaired over at the graveyard here. Now, he will not be taking the opportunity to rebirth himself with that coffin because the Prospector has transitioned over towards the chair. Now, do keep in mind that none of these survivors are actually bringing Tide Turner. They're all bringing either Broken Windows or Flywheel. Oh, that was a really close call and excellent stun. We are going to see the Embalmer go down here, however, but the Prospector is at full health. So we are going to see Prospector transition away. And of course, now that Fafa has revealed his blink, he is going to have to use that umbrella to get over to that coffin. That coffin was over by Embalmer's spawn point, where Entomologist is also decoding at. Now, the Wu Chang, however, does have his sights set on the Embalmer, and Embalmer is going to go get hit here. Now, due to the first chair and the second rebirth, he is going to get eliminated in the following chair. Great job, no more. We are going to see 2.5 ciphers decoded. The middle cipher has since been abandoned, but it is nearly popped. So we are going to have Halcyon survivors circle back to that at some point. However, Wu Chang is closing in on both the Entomologist and Prospector, not quite finding a target, but the dungeon is spawned over by the Dancing Geisha. Now it seems that Wu Chang has located the Prospector, who does have quite a bit of magnets, gets over to the area that Entomologist has set up. There aren't very many pallets, but there have been some honey over on the windows. And Prospector is going to transition back to a different area. And it looks like Wu Chang is going to get his first hit on Prospector here. Now Wu Chang is now at final presence. They definitely need to be wary. But it seems that Entomologist has popped the middle cipher and is transitioning towards a new one. However, those bees are in place. Oh, excellent usage of Blink, but it is not going to connect. We are going to be seeing Prospector transition away because the last 2 ciphers are over on that side of the map. Wu Chang does switch over to White Guard, and now the magnet has been picked up. He is going to take the opportunity to go over to the ciphers, however, now that they have a decent amount of progress. Postman, however, has popped his cipher by the corner house and will transition elsewhere. Now, Entomologist did just receive a vaulting letter from the Postman, but it seems that Prospector and Postman are pushing for a last cipher. Wu Chang, however, I think is aware of this, and they are transitioning away from that area. Now, this area has already been set up by the Entomologist during the early game. Postman does utilize Wick, but Wick isn't able to latch on to the Hunter right there. Prospector is going to continue getting chased, and due to the close proximity of the cipher, it seems that this last one will have to get abandoned. Now, Entomologist is halfway through the corner house cipher, and Postman has started a new one, so Prospector does have to last quite a bit longer. And I do believe... Oh, excellent usage of the magnet. That was a really, really close call. Any sooner and that could have canceled attack recovery. But Prospector is doing some amazing magnet repels to get Wu Chang away from him. Oh, really great discipline on the Prospector's end to not drop the pallet. Now the cipher is primed. We are going to be seeing Prospector go down here and a cipher pop. Now, the dungeon is quite far from the area, but it seems like Wu Chang is considering he will stay committed to this prospector. Oh, due to the vault, he's able to miss that bell, and Postman has started on the exit gate over on this side of the map. Demologist does have a bit more. Oh, and we are going to see Prospector get terror shocked here. Now, really great decision on the Postman to transition away from the gate since he's in such a close area towards the Prospector. He is, however, going to get intercepted by Wu Chang right here. Oh, an excellent usage of Wick. Excellent usage of the Blink to get down on the Postman. We are going to see Prospector pick himself up over here, though, which does give time for the Postman to heal up. Now, the bees are also supporting the Prospector over here. Really excellent support by the entomologist throughout this whole game. There isn't much bees left, but it is allowing the hunter to miss those hits. We are going to see Postman pick himself up right here. And, oh, excellent vault over by the Prospector. He's able to narrowly miss that. Now, Wu Chang is going to break that pallet here while the Prospector does. They really are playing the waiting game over here because Prospector is much too close to the gate. Excellent stun by the Prospector, attracting Wu Chang over to a surface. Now, Prospector is not quite at any dungeon area, but he is close enough to the open gate where Entomologist so happens to be. He does not have any magnets to assist himself though, and is going to go down here. Now, Entomologist and Postman are going to leave, so here is a draw for both Halcyon and No Fly Zone. Excellent work. I'm really impressed by both teams. And a lot really happened, but there was some really excellent teamwork. I was really happy to see more of Halcyon since they do have really strong communication with one another and do assist one another. They really choose interesting characters to play with as well as interesting persona webs, and I think it really paid off this time. Congratulations to both teams. I was really also happy to see really interesting Wu Chang gameplay from Fafa. There were about 3 blink usage total, and you know what they say, third time's the charm. That was a really excellent blink during the end game to get that Postman down, despite the post dog slowing him down. That was a really good call. So since that was the first half of the second round, we are going to be seeing the No Fly Zone survivors compete against the Halcyon Hunter. And this will, of course, be in Ever Sleeping Town as well. And of course, since it's round 2, we are going to be seeing, I believe, 4 survivor bans as well as 1 hunter ban. Now, we did see the hunter of Halcyon, Algies, play a really amazing hermit. I do believe they are a badge for hermit as well. So definitely a force to be reckoned with. I wonder if the no-fly zone survivors are going to take the opportunity to take hermit off the table by banning him, or if they're going to go with other hunters who are strong on Ever Sleeping Town, such as the Sculptor, Breaking Wheel, and Dream Witch. We are still in a tie situation currently due to the 4-man eliminations for both teams in the first round. And right now we just had another tie between both teams. So I guess there's more pressure to Halcyon Hunter to break out of that tie. They have the same amount of points. And since this is the second half of the second round, we're really looking to make sure they either catch up or just win by a landslide entirely to maintain that point difference. Okay, so we are going to be having Pinto sub back in for No Fly Zone. We did have to have Carl the Legend sub in for the first round, but now Pinto will be able to play for this second half. I do believe this is the last chance to sub in survivors for No Fly Zone, but definitely interested in seeing Pinto's gameplay. I think I've had the pleasure of seeing Pinto as well as No Fly Zone compete in a previous tournament, so I'm really looking forward to seeing them play again. And we are going to be seeing Priestess and Seer ban decided by Algis, the Halcyon Hunter. And the No Fly Zone survivors are going to go with that Hermit ban. We did see some really impressive gameplay by Algis with that Hermit. And the No Fly Zone survivors are going to decide to choose Mercenary and Entomologist as their first lock ins. Definitely some strong picks, especially on a map such as Ever Sleeping Town. We are going to be seeing Forward Band as the hunter's third choice. Another really great survivor, especially for No Fly Zone. I believe we've seen some really great forward gameplay by the No Fly Zone team. So ending that forward is definitely a really good option. We are gonna have to get that serve lock in before the last survivor ban. And yeah, I'm really curious to see if we will get some more meta survivors such as the Priestess. We did have Priestess banned for No Fly Zone in the first round, but Priestess is definitely a solid pick on Ever Sleeping Town. Oh, sorry, she was banned. My bad. We are going to be seeing Gravekeeper chosen for the third survivor. Now we are going to get one more survivor ban before No Fly Zone can choose their last survivor. So at the moment, it's going to be Entomologist, Mercenary, and Gravekeeper. Now, before the Hunter gets selected, we are going to be having them choose their persona webs as well. And the final ban that Algis is going to go with is the Acrobat. We did see some cool Acrobat gameplay in the first round by No Fly Zone, so definitely a great choice to take Acrobat off the table. So for our final survivor selection, we'll be waiting on that. I'm interested in seeing if they'll go with. Oh, they'll be going with Postman. I was going to mention. I'm wondering if they'll ever choose a decoder, but honestly, Postman is a solid choice and can definitely double out as a decoder, as well as a really solid, versatile assist character due to all of those letter buffs. And of course, um, the two rescuers definitely allow for some higher survivability, even if they won't be bringing persona webs such as flywheel effect or broken windows, uh, like Halcyon's strategy. I'm also really curious to see who Algis plays. since Hermit is definitely one of their mains. We saw some really great Hermit gameplay in the first round, so we will be seeing a different character for the next. Now, getting that set up, we will proceed to the area selection once the persona webs have been selected, once everyone has logged in as the characters. And this will be the second half of the second round. At the moment, both teams are tied in points, and we are going to be having the designated rescuers, mercenary, and gravekeeper bringing tide turner, of course, with postman bringing the broken windows and entomologist with flywheel effect. And it seems like Algiers is going to be selecting the Feaster as his hunter. I'm really excited to see how this pans out. The Feaster definitely not a super duper popular pick, definitely not at the top of the meta, but definitely a strong hunter. We are going to be proceeding to the area selection. It will be Moss as Seer, I Love Myth as Mercenary, Mamba as Entomologist, and Pinto as Postman. Here we are. I wonder if they'll go for a similar... No, it seems like we're going with that graveyard corner house spawn. Really great areas, as well as the basement location, so they can identify that relatively early. We are going to be seeing the Feaster spawn in between two of the rescuers, as well as the entomologist. I'm really curious to see who ends up getting chased and how everything works out. Good luck to both teams. This is the Halcyon Hunter versus No Fly Zone survivors. Now, the Feaster is going to go over to the corner where Entomologist has spawned. He does see that blood trail and a little bit of the bees, so it seems like he will be committing to this Entomologist's first chase. Now, Ento is doing a really good job of looping over here, does drop her bees, but the Feaster is going to choose to ignore it. Picking back up on the bees and avoiding... Oh, here we go. A charge hit to get that first initial hit in. And we are going to be seeing the bees utilized again to transition away from this area. There were quite a bit of tentacles set up, so Mamba is transitioning towards other areas. Transitioning over, but Algies does intercept that pallet area with a tentacle, so Entomologist is going to go over to a second story. Oh, and knowing this, Algies does a great job of preventing her from going there with a tentacle, so she is forced elsewhere. Now, Entomologist has used up half of the bees, and the pressure with the tentacles, as well as the peeper, does prevent her from utilizing this area as we've seen before. Oh, but excellent flywheel effect to avoid that charge hit, and dropping that pallet to allow for some time to get away and for forcing the Feaster to break it. We are going to see Entomologist go down right here though, but we are at three ciphers remaining with one nearly popped. Now, Entomologist has used up all of her bees, but the mercenary is close by. That is the cipher that is nearly popped, and Postman has transitioned over to the fake gate area where there is another cipher. And Gravekeeper is working on another cipher. Oh, tram incoming. Oh, excellent usage of the elbow pad to avoid that hit over there. However, there are a few tentacles over here that the mercenary needs to avoid. Oh, and the entomologist is going to get hit by the tentacle getting out of the chair. Mercenary is also going to tank a hit. Oh, and Postman did send in a letter, a vaulting letter to the entomologist, but unfortunately, she is going to go down here over at the graveyard area. Now, Feaster, was not able to get that last presence hit before entomologist went down. However, there is a decent amount of progress for the last two ciphers. Mercenary is close by. I wonder if I Love Myth is going to take the opportunity to go in for a second rescue. Oh, and Algies is checking for survivors with a tentacle. Definitely good tinnitus bait. However, there is a peeper right below the mercenary. It does not seem like... Oh, we are going to see mercenary get hit here. Really great avoiding the tentacle. He really needs to get this body block down for the entomologist. Oh, and is able to get that body block. However, the ciphers are not quite there. The entomologist is going to get eliminated upon this chair. But I do believe this gives a good opportunity for the no-fly zone survivors to pop that last cipher. And we do see Gravekeeper Moss over decoding the exit gate over there, but Algies is going to teleport over there. Switching from Peepers to teleport, and Gravekeeper is going to utilize that first shovel. Excellent usage of the shovel to tank in that hit. It does appear that the dungeon is in middle. The Gravekeeper could possibly take this opportunity to go for the dungeon. Oh, but does take the tram before Algies is able to board. Now, Mercenary does have a decent amount of progress over at the exit gate. I do think it would have been good for the postman to decode that, having the hope letter. Oh, but Mercenary and Postman are able to escape here. Now, it is a really tough situation because Moss is at half health and with no more shovels. Dungeon is not quite in this area. Oh, but does dodge that tentacle hit. Now, it's a really close game. Will Algies be able to catch up? And yes, is able to get that charge hit into the Gravekeeper. Another amazing tie. Great job, Halcyon Hunter and No Fly Zone survivors. This is a really close match. I think we saw a really excellent kite by the entomologist as well as the Gravekeeper. Really great utilization of both their character abilities, such as the bees as well as the shovel. We saw some really great discipline on the mercenary. It was really great to see the utilization of those elbow pads and knowing just when to rescue, despite being at half health. That was also a really great body block for the entomologist to allow a little bit more time for the last two ciphers to get decoded. I'm extremely impressed by both Halcyon and No Fly Zone, since they were both able to get 4-man eliminations as well as draws in the second round, with the 4-man eliminations being in the first. They are once again tied for points. So we are going to be proceeding into the third round. Now, once again, since Moonlit and Ever Sleeping Town have been selected, those are taken off the table. There are 6 more maps to choose from, however. There will be Arms Factory, Red Church, Sacred Heart Hospital, Lakeside Village, Lear's Memory, Chinatown. All pretty interesting options. we will also be seeing an increase in bans due to the third round. I'm really excited to see how this goes. I wonder if the teams will continue going with their mains, going with more meta picks, or going with the more off-meta interesting picks. I'm really excited. I believe we will have to select who they're going to be in the process of selecting whether or not Halcyon or No Fly Zone will be hunting or surviving next. But yeah, we've seen some really great gameplay from all teams. I do think that the teamwork has been really working out well. I'm really amazed by how well Halcyon survivors, for example, are able to communicate with one another and assist one another. I also I really appreciate their unorthodox sort of team compositions as well as persona web selections. We did see them go entire match without anyone bringing tie turner, and that actually ended out with a tie. So I have a lot of faith in them. I really do think this is a close match. There's really no way for me to predict who will emerge victorious with this matchup. But I'm really glad we were able to kickstart this tournament with both No Fly Zone and Halcyon. Now we are going to take a moment to select that map. And once again, there are 6 maps left to choose from. And as for hunters and survivors, all characters that are able to be used in rank are also permitted for this tournament. Of course, we're in the 3rd round, however, so we will be seeing an increase in a couple of hunters as well as survivors taken off the table. Okay, so it seems like our 3rd map for the 3rd round is going to be Sacred Heart Hospital. Another really solid choice. Definitely going to be a good opportunity for more survivor assistance and communication, as well as just some really great kites in general. I'm really eager to see some chases because there's so many areas in Sacred Heart Hospital that can be utilized. Of course, there is the hospital building itself, but there are quite a bunch of ruin areas that can also be utilized really well. Definitely a lot of pallets, and considering the really great, not just pallet discipline, but setting up pallets prior to the hunter even getting to that location, I'm really interested in seeing how it all plays out. It does also allow them to get a glimpse of what sort of persona web the hunter is building, even just depending on how fast the pallet breaking is. Now it seems like we are going to be having the Halcyon Hunter first up, and No Fly Zone survivors once again. Now, Algies is going to take the opportunity to ban 3 survivors, which will be Priestess, Seer, and Entomologist. Really, really solid choices. They can definitely assist super well on Sacred, especially Priestess with those portals, Seer with that owl for protection, and that Entomologist with not just the bees but as well as the honey. We are going to be having a hunter ban before the No Fly Zone survivors select their 2 characters. And I'm curious to see if they will take that. I believe Forward. Forward was one of the bans in the match prior, but Algaes did not go with that. So I'm interested to see if they will pick up that Forward. Have there have been some pretty impressive no fly zone forward plays that I've gotten the chance to witness, so I am really hoping to see that once again. And of course, since this is the third round, we are going to be getting I believe an additional, yeah, 2 additional bans for the hunter. So that's going to be 5 bans in total, and then the survivors will get to 2 hunters. They've decided to ban the hermit and undead. Very interesting choices. I definitely would have liked to see that undead gameplay in an Tourney, but it does allow for Feaster to get used again by Algaes. And yes, we are going to be seeing that mercenary and forward gameplay. Really looking forward to seeing this. We did see some really excellent mercenary plays from No Fly Zone, but having forward in play as well is going to make up for the support that has been taken off the table due to the Priestess, Seer, and Entomologist ban. The fourth ban that Algaes is going to go with is the Postman. Another great character we've seen utilized, and they were just used in the previous match. A really great decision, especially because it takes away that opportunity to give additional buffs to the teammates. Although the 2 rescuers have been selected, it is worth mentioning that they are a bit slower for decoding, so with Postman out of the equation, they won't be able to get decoding boost from that Tranquility letter. We do, however, have the opportunity from some survivors that can heal other teammates efficiently. They've commonly been banned in this tournament so far, so I'm interested in either seeing a ban for them or for seeing more barmaid or psychologist gameplay. Oh, and it appears we are going to get a dancer, female dancer, as the third character no fly zone survivors are going to go with. I'm really excited to see some female dancer gameplay. She is definitely a great containment character, but with the utilization of fast boxes, you can definitely use that for decoding and healing, boosting that speed for survivors just by being in the radius of that fast box. Now, the final ban that Algaes is gonna go with is the barmaid. So, barmaid is taken off the table. It does give the opportunity for perhaps some psychologist, and there we go. We are going to be having psychologist as our final, fourth and final serve for the no-fly zone survivors. Now they are going to be selecting their persona webs prior to the hunter selection, and I'm really interested in seeing whether or not maybe the forward will not bring Ty Turner. We've seen lots of broken window forwards in past tournaments, especially in official tournaments, especially with his ability to stun the hunter for such a long time, right off the chair. That can double off or make up for a lack of Ty Turner. I'm also curious to see what the psychologist will bring, because so far we have seen 3-6 or Ty Turner psychologist play. I'm also curious to see what the female dancer will be bringing, since she's more of a versatile character. So it seems that both Mercenary and Forward will be bringing that Tide Turner, and the female dancer will be bringing Flywheel effect. It is going to be Psychologist bringing Broken Windows. Definitely some really great choices there. I definitely think that Psychologist with Broken Windows can really benefit from that speed boost if she were to be chased. And now that the Persona Web has been selected, we can now have the Hunter chosen. And it appears that Algis will be playing as Clerk. I'm super excited to see some Clerk gameplay. Perhaps we are going to be having a bit of a longer match due to the various abilities of Clerk. She is a newer character, however, definitely a strong pick. I'm really excited to see how this pans out. We are going to be proceeding to the area selection. On Sacred Heart, we have I Love Myth as their excellent mercenary, and Pinto as forward, Mamba as female dancer, and Moss as psychologist. Now, I do definitely recognize Mamba, and for Pinto for forward, and Mamba as female dancer on the leaderboards. So I'm really looking forward to seeing their gameplay. And once again, that is going to be Psychologist bringing the Broken Windows, with female dancer bringing Flywheel effect, and forward and mercenary bringing Tide Turner. Now, we are going to be seeing the female dancer and psychologist spawn by Shack and Shack Ruins, with forward in the hospital, and mercenary over by the ruins, I believe, the opposite ruins, and Algis is going to take the spawn right by Shack and in front of hospital. I'm really curious to see who he'll end up choosing first. Best of luck to both teams! This is the first half of the third round. Halcyon Hunter versus No Fly Zone Survivors. Now we are going to see the female dancer over at Shack appearing to be first chase, here we go, and utilizing that twirl early on due to the fast music box. He is going to take the opportunity to break it over here though, while the female dancer is getting recorded. Now we are going to be seeing a second usage of the box, this time a slow box, while female dancer does transition towards the hospital area. Oh, and due to the recording, the clerk is able to put up that last that palette that was chosen, and female dancer does an excellent twirl to transition towards the staircase. Now forward is over here. Oh, an excellent usage of the recording to block that female dancer and force her to take that hit. Now basement is not at the hospital, but we are going to be seeing female dancer transition away from the hospital and over towards this ruins area outside of hospital. Forward gets to continue on his cipher, and we do have some great progress for the mercenary and the psychologist ciphers as well. And female dancer is going to go down here. She has utilized all of the boxes. So definitely those twirls are out of play, but we did see Mamba utilizing those twirls to transition to other areas and just taking the opportunity to get those box breaking animations for more time to run away as well. Now we are going to be having I Love Myth over by the chair, going in for the rescue, and Algis is going to take that first hit on the mercenary. Now, excellent usage of Flywheel effect by Mamba, but due to the charge hit is going to get hit on Tide Turner here. Now, Algis is able to get another recording on the psychologist who was decoding that cipher is not quite finished, but we do have the forward moving in. And what they don't know is that Algae is bringing excitement. But, oh, excellent rescue by Pinto over here. Now the another long stun too. Excitement was not utilized right here, but definitely an interesting choice because it allows Algae to really just like keep their trait as sort of a mystery. Now forward is still over here. Oh, and excellent usage of the excitement now. Forward is going to get hit here. Now, despite being the other person on the team with Tide Turner, it will be a risky opportunity. Oh, but we are going to get the psychologist whistling onto the forward here. So forward is able to get to that chair. Now, he's going to take the hit here, but that rescue is going to go through. And Algae is doing a good job of pressuring the ciphers during the chase. Female Dancer is the prime target though, due to being dead on chair. We are going to be seeing forward going down once Tide Turner runs out, and the rugby ball has already been fully utilized. But Algae is committed to the female dancer, who is still looping around this single pallet by the chair. Oh, she is going to go down here, and unfortunately, this will be Mamba and Pinto are spinning, and it allows for some more time for Algae to get distracted by them. It was a little funny to see them spinning around, but honestly, with a game like this, you do have to buy as much time as you can. It really forced Algae to pick Pinto up, put him back down, and then move over to Mamba. It really slowed down a bit, and now Mercenary is able to get that heal in from Moss. We are going to be seeing Algae record themselves hitting the chair to get that hit recording to utilize later on, possibly towards the psychologist or for the rescue as well. Oh, excellent play by Algae. That was really great to see the recording of themselves hit that forward and get Mercenary double down. Oh, we are going to see Blink utilized over here to close in that space and save time. That last cipher, however, does not have much progress at all. It's only got 28% as of right now. So Pinto is going to have to hold out a little longer. It's going to be a bit difficult due to the lack of rugby ball, but he can utilize this area. There is no confine. Oh, he is going to go down here. Now, Algae is doing a really great job of guarding that last cipher. All of the other ciphers happen to be in this area, so they really need to push for that last cipher over there. We are going to see Mercenary get picked up by the psychologist over here. There is a recording on that cipher. Oh, it seems to be a healing recording. Oh, unfortunately, despite the elbow pad, Mercenary is going to get hit over here and is going to be going down. He will still have exit path due to psychologist picking up. Oh, but it seems like it's too late for the rescue to go through. Pinto is going to get eliminated here, and psychologist does get hit. Now, Mercenary is down, so it does take a while for Mercenary to get picked up, even on his own. Psychologist is going to have to last a little longer. And the sticky situation here is that psychologist is the one who happens to be by dungeon and not the Mercenary. Really, really excellent play here. I wonder if Algae can find the Mercenary in time, because if Mercenary does pick himself up, it allows for more time for psychologist to heal, pick up, possibly even start a new cipher, because the rest of the ciphers on the map on psychologist's side. That is also where the dungeon happens to be. And oh, really great utilization of the crawl by I Love Myth, but he's gonna use his last elbow pad over to transition and go over towards Shack. Now, Psychologist is also going to pick herself up here, possibly to start a new cipher, while the Mercenary utilizes the shack area. Since the Clerk did switch over to Blink, there's no possibility of that teleport, so she's gonna have to stay committed to this Mercenary. Oh, and the charge hit does miss over here. Oh, but excellent usage of the recording to break that pallet. Mercenary is gonna get hit over here, but there is some delayed damage. Algies does catch sight of the Psychologist working on this cipher, and since Mercenary is going to be going down, he won't be able to pick himself up again. Now, No Fly Zone has slim options. There's a possibility of forcing Mercenary to bleed out and go for that single dungeon escape, or for Mercenary to, well, I was going to suggest crawling over to dungeon, but he is on the other side of the map, and nearly halfway bled out. Oh, it does seem that Mercenary is by Shack. Oh, excellent blink by Algies to close off that space, and that is going to be a 4-man elimination. Excellent job, Halcyon, Hunter, and No Fly Zone survivors. We are going to be seeing 5.2 Halcyon, which puts them in the lead. Oof. Congratulations to both teams. That was a really, really intense match. Really well done on the female dancer, the forward, for the initial kites. Really great job on the Psychologist and the Mercy. I really appreciated the Psychologist and the forward support. I also really admired the discipline on the Clerk's end for choosing the right opportunity to use that excitement. Excitement first trait, and then Blink as the second trait. That was really great. There was some really great utilization of female dancers, music boxes to twirl and transition away. There was a really great usage of the Psychologist whistle in order for forward to get to that rescue. I liked the little strategy that Mamba and Pinto had when both of them got downed, spinning around each other to try and get Algies to pick up the wrong survivor who was dead on chair. It did buy a bit more time to at least allow Mercenary to get healed up. But yeah, congratulations to Halcyon for another 4-man elimination. We are going to be having them in the lead in this third round, but of course there is the second half of this round to proceed with. We're going to be having the No Fly Zone Hunter up against the Halcyon survivors. Alright, so Fafa, the hunter for No Fly Zone, is going to take the opportunity to ban Seer, Entomologist, and Mercenary as the first picks. Now, this will allow the survivors to first choose hunter bans and then lock in as 2 survivors. Halcyon survivors are gonna go with banning Soul Weaver and the Ripper, taking that off the table for Fafa. Definitely a good choice, especially with that Soul Weaver. We saw some really great Soul Weaver gameplay from Fafa in the first round, so they've been banning Soul Weaver ever since. And they are going to be locking in Priestess and Prospector. I believe this is the first time we're going to be able to see Priestess in the tournament so far, since we're just kicking things off. She's consistently been banned and just not selected. I'm really, really excited to see Halcyon utilize the Priestess because their communication with one another is genuinely so strong. We've also seen some really impressive Prospector plays. I believe that was by Forbidden, so I'm really looking forward to that once again. now that the Halcyon survivors have locked in Priestess and Prospector, we are going to be seeing another ban. Barmaid is now taken off the table. Another great choice. Barmaid was also previously banned. I definitely think this is a strong map for her. Of course, she can utilize that Dufresne or Dublin to heal up teammates, that Dufresne to escape hits. But it's just also a strong map to get those Dublin heals in. Even if she's kiting, there's just so many areas to utilize and avoid getting hits, especially with the amount of pallets, the amount of ruins and walls just to break that line of sight for the hunter. And of course, there is the hospital. We are going to be seeing Gravekeeper locked in as their third pick for Halcyon. I believe it was no Fly Zone that initially played Gravekeeper in the previous round. So I'm interested in seeing the utilization of Gravekeeper by Halcyon. And now the hunter will get to ban one final survivor. So while we wait on that, and we will be proceeding to the persona web selection. And once the persona web selection is settled, we will be having the hunter pick and then the area selection. Now we did see some really interesting persona webs chosen by Halcyon. We saw in the previous round, none of them ended up bringing Tide Turner. They do have a rescue character on this team though, so I'm assuming that there will be a Tide Turner, at least one, but you never know. There are definitely broken window Gravekeepers out there. But yeah, if Fafa is able to get the 4-man elimination here, it will result into another tie and we will be going into overtime. I'm really excited. Honestly, both teams have been playing so strongly. I feel like overtime is definitely possible. I would definitely be interested in seeing overtime because both teams are just really entertaining to watch. The final ban that Fafa is gonna go with is Enchantress. Definitely interesting choice. Might hint towards his hunter ban. So I hope that Halcyon chooses accordingly. I do think that they have a lot of survivors sort of roster to choose from. Definitely their survivors have proven to be flexible with their picks, so it seems that they are going to be choosing Acrobat as their final pick. We will be seeing the Priestess, Prospector, Gravekeeper, and Acrobat. Now, before we get into the persona selection, I am really looking forward to seeing possibly more utilization of the flywheel, the broken windows. Halcyon definitely opts for these types of persona webs as opposed to more people bringing Tide Turner. And of course, just a reminder to please be respectful to all of the people participating. Definitely, if you're a fan of someone, be sure to show your love for them. You can definitely focus on your support. And then, yeah, just please refrain from belittling anybody involved in the tournament. This includes both the players, maybe any staff involved. There's lots of people involved, lots of great teams, both familiar and new. So please be respectful to everybody. Now, I am really looking forward to see who Fafa plays. They did take the Ripper off the table, so unfortunately we won't be able to see any Fafa Ripper. But we did see Fafa play Wu Chang in the previous match. So Wu Chang is definitely an option. Oh, it seems like Fafa is going to be going for Clerk. So despite the difference in Survivor lineups, we are going to be seeing more Clerk gameplay. Very happy to know this. Despite being such a newer hunter, it's really great to see her get used in tournaments. Just a reminder that all characters available for rank are also available to be used in this tournament, so you can expect to see just about anybody. If you missed it, in the first round we did see some Hermit gameplay that was by Halcyon's Algaes, so you can definitely check back on that. And another reminder is that this tournament will be continuing. We're still in the elimination stage, and it will continue for the rest of the weekend. In the following 2 weeks, we will be having like these semifinals and finals. Later on, we are going to be having Team Ghost versus SEX, and that is going to be casted by Sikey and Miki. So please look forward to that. I really hope you'll stick around for these amazing teams as you have for No Fly Zone and Halcyon. Oh, that was my bad. I'm so sorry, Fafa. I will not take your place. But yeah, I'm really interested in seeing the Clerk gameplay from Fafa. I don't think I've gotten to see Fafa play Clerk, so I'm really excited. Okay, we are going to be having Yunoya as Priestess, Bunny Bun Bun as Acrobat, and Forbidden once again on the Prospector, and No More as Gravekeeper. I believe these are the persona webs they have selected, so we are going to be seeing one Tide Turner by Gravekeeper, and the rest of them will be bringing Flywheel Effect and Broken Windows, with Prospector once again carrying Broken Windows. Now, it is Sacred Heart, so I wonder where... There we go. I was expecting a hospital spawn for the Priestess, and we are going to be seeing that, as well as the Acrobat and Gravekeeper in the shack area, and Prospector by the statue ruins. Clerk is going to be spawning in between the Acrobat, Prospector, and Priestess. So let's see who gets chased first. Best of luck to both teams. This is the second half of the third round with Halcyon Survivors and No Fly Zone Hunter. If Fafa is able to get that 4-man kill, we will proceed to overtime, so the pressure is really on. Best of luck to both teams, and we are going to be seeing the Clerk go over towards the statue ruins where Prospector is just leaving. He is moving over towards the hospital area, possibly where Priestess... Yeah, it appears that Priestess has already set up a portal in the hospital area, but Clerk is already in the process of recording... was in the process of recording the Prospector. We are going to be taking a second to allow some more time for No Fly Zone or Halcyon. But yeah, I really hope you're looking forward to this match. And Definitely, it's going to be an intense one. I I honestly hope to see an overtime because getting to watch these teams, both of these teams compete as much as possible will be really entertaining. It will be a pleasure because unfortunately we are in the elimination stage. So whoever does not proceed in this match will no longer be playing for the rest of the tournament. Unfortunately, it is going to be a lag issue. Uh, Definitely something common within the NAEU server. If you haven't already, you can definitely. I do believe uh, there was a new survey that NetEase released in game. If you haven't done it already, uh, do feel free to check it out. You do get some clues out of it, but I think there's also an option to uh, submit yourself to a Discord call between some staff. So if you have any issues to express, be it lag. Oh, here we go. We are going to get started. Hopefully, won't prevent any mishaps from this match. Oh, and Fafa is going to take the opportunity to break that portal that Priestess did set up. Um, oh, excellent usage of the Prospector recording to pick up that pallet. And Prospector is, however, ooh, excellent stun by Forbidden. He transitions back to hospital, and it does get that stun in. Oh, an excellent portal by Yunoya. It allowed the Prospector to get out of the clerk's way, but he is going to go back in since hospital is such a strong area. But it looks like the clerk is going to be changing targets. And then we do see Priestess over here already set up a pallet. Does have one more portal left. But excellent blink by Fafa. He is going to get his first hit on there. It does seem like we have two ciphers nearly pop though. Although Prospector just got started, Priestess has been able to transition back to the hospital, another really strong area, and it gives Forbidden the opportunity to support Priestess as she did for him. It does look like Fafa is going to be committed to the Priestess, however, and is going to have to take the vault here due to the earlier utilization of Blink. We are going to see Priestess continue to utilize the hospital, but is going to go down here. Now, Forbidden does have a magnet. I wonder if he will... Oh, it seems like he threw it, possibly able to rescue... Okay, no. We aren't going to be seeing a balloon rescue just yet since Prospector is prioritizing that cipher decoding. But, there is, of course, the Acrobat and the Gravekeeper. The Gravekeeper is the only member of the team bringing Tide, but Acrobat is going to take this rescue. Now, Priestess already has a portal and is able to go a bit farther than usual due to the basement being in shack. Clerk is gonna take the opportunity to record Prospector, force him off that cipher. And he's not able to support quite yet because he doesn't have any magnets available. Priestess is going to transition over to the ruins area, the statue ruins. And the pallets over here have not been utilized quite yet. Does need to be careful about them though. Oh! Ooh, despite backing right into the Priestess, Fafa is able to get another hit and down her right here. Now, we do have a decent amount of cipher progress. We already have our last 3 ciphers, but Fafa is going to be diligent in checking the ciphers, especially with that Prospector, who has been consistently been forced off of it. The PIC is recording the Gravekeeper, however, and it doesn't seem like they're going in for oh, okay. It does seem like we're going in for a Priestess rescue, but Forbidden is really cutting it close. Okay, not quite. So Forbidden does switch over to the next chase. We are, however, at 1 cipher remaining. Oh, and he is gonna get hit through this pallet. Buffa is making the right choice in paying attention to that last cipher the Gravekeeper on. However, it is at 80%, and the Halcyon survivors are doing a really great job in avoiding that recording of them decoding. It does seem like the Gravekeeper is going to be the next target though, and he has well forced off the cipher. He does, however, have 2 more shovels. Oh, but excellent usage of the recording to lift up the pallet. Acrobat and Prospector are taking the time to heal each other right now. Definitely a solid choice because Fafa is going to be going for that 4-man elimination. Oh, great usage of the shovel over here, but he needs to watch out because there's the blink. There we go. We are going to be seeing the Gravekeeper go down here. Now, Gravekeeper is the only person on this team bringing Tide Turner, so if either of them chooses to rescue the Gravekeeper, there will be that teleport. The teleport is still offline, however, due to the recent utilization of Blink. They are over on a different cipher though, and because there's only 2 people left, it does really put the last person at the cipher in a sort of limbo. Fafa's going to be watching that cipher really closely because it's the last one. But we get another great stun by Forbidden. Oh, who stuns Fafa twice over here. The No More has been pushed past half though, so they really need to be careful. Oh, excellent discipline by Forbidden, waiting out. Oh, but No More is going to get terror shocked right here. Now, I do believe that the Prospector is going to try and buy as much time as possible. Oh, overshot the mag. Oh, but isn't able to get that rescue because I think the Gravekeeper was dropped just in time. So Acrobat will take the opportunity to pop that last cipher, but we do have the Prospector and Acrobat still last. It's really unfortunate because Clerk does have really great gate pressure, on top of Acrobat's slow decoding speed for gates. It is going to be the Prospector chase right now, but it does seem like Clerk is keeping an eye out for the area Forbidden was going to go. Now Bunny Bun Bun is going to be the next in pursuit. Great bomb to add more distance between them and the... Oh! Really great Terror Shock over there. I do believe there was a flywheel effect usage over right there, but unfortunately it was not enough to get him over that pallet. Fafa's really working hard to watch both gates, but Prospector is not quite there at either, and Acrobat will be on his first chair. Unfortunately, he is going to be right beside the dungeon, so it does put Forbidden at a really tough situation. Another thing to note is that the Clerk is carrying teleport right now, so she can teleport to both gates as well as the chair Acrobat is at. There is only 30 seconds of detention, however, but we are going to be seeing that teleport back to the chair. Oh, excellent job of predicting that because the Prospector is staying at the hospital. Another really strong area to stay at. We have seen Forbidden utilize the hospital well, but there is a bit of tinnitus. Acrobat is really close to expiring on that first chair, however, and it does seem like Forbidden is making his way towards the dungeon area. Now, detention is just about to run out. We do see Forbidden with one more magnet. This is going to be a really tough call. Excellent stun by Forbidden. The dungeon is now open. Oh, and we are going to be seeing a one-man escape. I do think this is the end for No Fly Zone because that puts Halcyon ahead by 1 or 2 points. But congratulations to both teams. That was extremely intense. And that was a really, really close call. Both teams did fantabulous. That was amazing. Good game, everybody. Excellent work to all of the players that took part in this matchup today. I'll shout everyone out again. That was I Love Myth, Mamba, uh, Furia Pico or Pinto, Moss, and Carl the Legend, who subbed in at the beginning as the No Fly Zone survivors. That was Fafa as their hunter. And for Halcyon, that was Yunoya, Forbidden, Bunny Bun Bun, No More, and Algaes. Excellent work to all of the players. I had such a pleasure watching and commentating your gameplay. I do think I will be handing it over to Sikey shortly, who will be commentating the second bracket for today. That's going to be Ghost and then SEX. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Myxieneo, and I will see you guys at a later time, I believe, maybe tomorrow. But yeah, do look forward to the next bracket. There will be a few more. There will be a few more tomorrow as well as Sunday, and then the semifinals and finals for the following weekend.
Miki, come on. What's up, everybody? This is Sikey, and welcome to the Ali tournament, the Checkmate tournament, I should say. Here with us, we have myself, Sikey, commentating, as well as Miki. Miki, what is up, Miki? What you got to say?
Dang, bro, it's been a really long time. Hey, how's everyone doing tonight? I hope you guys are having a great night. Got your drink with you, got some food, popcorn, chips, whatever it is. It's gonna be a great night. And I'm not gonna lie, Psyche, I had to defrost this game. I got on, and it was like old and shaggy. So I took a little broomstick and I just sweeped it up, and we were back on. We're back on.
Yeah, Miki. Miki is actually a worker bee right now, but he is back. He's back commentating this game. But don't you guys worry because Miki played with me, so he knows exactly what he's doing. Isn't that right, Miki?
Yes, sir. I was the first. I was one of the first of Psyche's prodigies. So yes.
Awesome. So enough about us. Let's move on to the teams. Today we have two teams going against each other. We have Ghost, which is a team full of Chinese names right now that I'm gonna be struggling trying to read, um, but I can see their names eventually. And we also have the second team named Secta Elaboradora de Xeroftalmia, if I pronounce that correctly, otherwise known as SEX. Do not question the name. I swear they did not intend it.
SEX. That's right. Hey, that's what the team's name. We're not saying anything else. That's it. Just
Guys,
SEX,
come on.
bro. Come
The
on,
name is
move
in
on,
Chinese.
guys. Move on.
The name is in Spanish. So let's move on. Let's move on, guys. The name is in Spanish, and yeah, it's gonna be an exciting game. I have heard these teams for the first time here. Maybe I've heard of Ghost before, but this is definitely the first time I've heard of SCX joining. I definitely would remember this. So let's see what these two teams have in store for us. Very excited. Miki, what
Yeah,
are your
I can't wait to
expectations?
see. Oh, my bad. So my expectations for it to see is round one. The teams get a feel for each other's play styles and the team comps that they favor using for the survivor and hunters that the hunters like to use. So that round, it's pretty important to get. But if you're down a couple points, it's not like the end of the world. You can come back in round two. So definitely use round
Absolutely.
one as like a scouting type thing. Because if you're not and you're kind of just there, then you're kind of wasting round one, in my opinion.
Absolutely. And we see this a lot in the top tier tournaments nowadays where you'll see survivors played super safe, super slow, even just going for the tie, even though they could go for a win, they tend to just go for the tie just to get a feel for their opponent, just to, because at the end of the day, tying your opponent is always way better than losing the round outright, and then they'll just keep tying you over and over again. So that is the name of the game here with these tournaments. We'll see what's going to happen. But yeah,
Um,
Miki, while we're
what
waiting here, you got anything interesting to say? Any like cool stories?
cool stories. Hey Sarah, hey Knock, what's up? Daza, what's up? Always a pleasure, always a pleasure. But right now, I have to say is I'm excited to share with y'all the way I look at this game because I think I look at it very differently. Not necessarily better or worse, just a little differently. in the game, then like Sikey would have a overall nice view because Sikey's been playing this game for 5 years now, right?
I think it's been 4 years. I definitely would remember a fifth year of this game.
For almost 5 years though, because I remember talking to you for a bit, and you were like, "It's been 4 years, so it might almost be five now." But if you're still playing this game, props to y'all. Good job for sticking with what you love, and you guys are surely on your way to become cracked at this game, and I know it.
Awesome. So we're actually moving on and we're finally starting the match. As you guys can see on the screen, we're actually going to be having Ghost survive first, and we're going to have SEX play Hunter first. So we're going to be playing Church first map. This is a very common pick, actually. You often see Church or some other common, kind of a tournament map where you see a lot. Church is a great example of a tournament map just because it's even on both sides. Gets that feel for both sides, if you know what I'm saying, as we mentioned earlier. And they banned Hospital. That's the red cross mark through the map. That is what that indicates. So there's not going to be Hospital. At least I don't think for this round. I'll have to see for the other rounds. But there's definitely going to be Church this round. So Miki, what kind of survivors do you think we're going to see? Church, not exactly a lot of versatility with the heights, just all on one level. What do you think we could possibly see?
Right here with Church, it's the pretty standard map, so everyone has a fair chance. It's a pretty good idea to ban Hospital if you're the hunter, especially because if you're unsure if the survivors might snowball you, because Hospital is a very dynamic map with Hospital being the key like objective point. But Church, you could see any comp really, Psyche. I'm thinking the top four picks, the top tier characters, like maybe if Priestess isn't banned, Priestess forward, Merc, that type of stuff. I feel like you might as well go them all because they're gonna get banned anyway. Like people will ban those characters. So if you start, you should see what's it called, all the top tier picks that you can pick.
Absolutely. Church, even though Church is actually not as dynamic as Hospital, there are still a lot of great picks for this map, as you mentioned. Priestess, amazing. Forward, as always, amazing on every map. Honestly, kind of needs a nerf. Patient, amazing. So everywhere around Church, Patient can just hook off and just get so much distance. So very amazing picks that we could potentially see here. Seer, as always. Mercenary, as always. These survivors have never gone away, which probably should get changed, but
On God, bro. We have seen the same five characters, but until NetEase decides to make a good game, we're still gonna see them.
Well, that's what we're seeing for now. And you know what? Maybe they'll finally change it. Maybe we'll have our hopes up for next year. Yeah, hopefully. I don't know about that.
Make a Christmas wish, y'all. You're gonna need it.
Oh, yeah. So we are entering the selection of the survivors, at least on the screen. I'm still waiting in the match, waiting to invite Miki. But for now, we're going to be moving on to what kind of survivors and hunters we could see. As we said, Mercenary, Forward, a lot of great survivors to pick here. And maybe from this hunter side, there's a lot of great hunters we could see, but it really just depends on what the hunter is most comfortable with. If they're most comfortable with Sculptor, they'll go Sculptor. If they love playing Dreamwitch, they love Dreamwitch. And if it's none of the S tiers, then they could definitely go an A tier, a B tier, whatever really works for them that they found works at their level of experience. So, holy moly, we're actually moving right into the game. Miki, you want to take over for a little bit?
I need to go inside, bro. I can't see nothing.
Oh my gosh, alright, I'll take over while Miki pulls up the game.
I'm in the game, but I don't have an invite. Yo!
Oh my gosh, fine. You can just look at the stream. Look at the stream inside the VC. Guys, we have some slight technical difficulties here. But as you guys can see, Miki, just look at the stream. As you guys can see, we actually had our first survivor ban already. That was Mercenary. Pretty standard ban from the Hunter. Mercenary is a pretty safe ban to go. They're always going to pick Mercenary, the survivor team. Great character. Can't chase him early game, can't chase him mid game, can't chase him late game. He's always an unkillable survivor. He's almost always going to escape the game. You need to kill everyone else before you can even kill Mercenary. And even then, he could still get dungeon. So, a very fine pack and a very fine ban. And in response, the survivor side picks Forward. Like I said, amazing survivor, probably needs a nerf, but he just really dominates in that aspect of being able to prevent the hunter from doing what they want. It might sound really simple, but really the name of this game is all about killing the survivors as fast as possible. And when you have a survivor that prevents that, it makes the hunter's life so much harder as a result. After that, we got the mechanic ban. I'm a little bit surprised we see the mechanic ban. We might see a wheel if this is a mechanic ban, or some sort of hunter that struggles with dealing with two bodies. So they went ahead and banned mechanic, and Seer is a great response to that.
Two bodies.
Perfumer, interesting. After that was Perfumer, and we had Puristus in
That's
response.
definitely wheel, dude. Perfumer,
You think
man.
it's wheel?
It's
Probably wheel.
There's no way.
It definitely matches with the mechanic band, the perfumer band, but there's also a lot of hunters that struggle with those two bodies. Unless you're playing a super high tier hunter, a lot of hunters do still struggle with killing one robot and then having to, chase the mechanic. But here's the thing with the mechanic nerf. Ever since mechanics nerf, it actually makes it so, because of how much progress mechanic loses on her robot, it's still 50%, but she loses it way quicker when she uses it. And she gets way less decoding, meaning that the hunter actually doesn't have to chase the mechanic anymore once they kill the robot, and they can just move on to another survivor while the mechanic cannot do anything for her team anymore. So if this is the case, then I'm actually, once again, I'm expecting a wheel. Definitely makes a lot of sense. And Miki,
Wheel's
as we're
gonna
waiting, waiting for the hunter pick, what you want to say?
So I was thinking. I was in my apple orchard, and something dropped on me, and it told me that we might see wheel. So I'm going on my apple pick because
Miki saw the apple fall from the tree. He picked it up, and in its reflection, he saw wheel. So let's see if his prediction is correct. He became Mr. Newton. He became Mr. Newton, or whoever was the guy who saw the apple fall from the tree.
Yeah, Isaac Newton.
Isaac Newton saw it. He was wondering what kind of forces could cause this apple to fall in fear. And guess who it was? It was some scary hunter, all right. I'm hoping the hunter picks their hunter so we can time
It was
this.
the ugliest. It was three little men who turned into a giant spindle, and yeah. So when I looked at that apple, I was like, man, those are some short little brothers. So I was saying, it's amazing. It's a miracle that they can stick together so well.
Oh yeah, you're right, man. Every single time I see those three little men, I don't know how they stack onto each other or roll into their wheel form.
They're little Dippin' Dots, bro. I don't know how they do it.
They are Dippin' Dots. You're right. They're like those little, they're like the scoops of ice cream you put on your waffle cone. You know those three
Yeah,
scoops
they
of ice
are.
cream?
They look like scoops of ice cream, like maybe like strawberry, vanilla.
Absolutely. They come in all different kinds of flavors. None of them are very good kind of flavors because all of them are really annoying to go against. So
True. Breaking Wheel being a very popular pick due to his map coverage, speed, and fast chase ability. However, Breaking Wheel's weaknesses is that he gets teamwork very hard. Breaking Wheel has little to no tools to place down other than, of course, well-placed traps, but those things are too small, and a pro forward will definitely just bob and weave around them. So the thing is about Breaking Wheel, while he excels in solo, if survivors are to work together, he gets bodied.
Miki, I gotta stop you right there. Because in the reflection that Newton saw in the apple, the force that made the apple quiver in fear was Feaster. That was the force that
I always get those two mixed up. I always get
mixed up big time, Miki.
It's funny. But look at this. Team Ghost has came prepared, and they've been grinding their games because they are all champions here already. And SEX Drake is gonna be the hunter. I can't wait to see Feaster round one though, Sikey. How long has it been since we saw Feaster round one? Am I thinking during the times of Offer One? Like I'm saying, it's been a really long time. Morningstar?
Oh man, even Offer One didn't pick Feaster round one, so I can't wait to see what happens here against this Survivor team. By the way, Miki, can you accept the invite against this Survivor team? I'm very curious to see what
Ooh, he
happens.
said it again, said it again, said it again.
All right, we got Miki in here. Miki is in here. We're ready to go. We got, who do we have as zone true? We got from SCX, otherwise known as Secta, Elaboradora de
Xeroftalmia.
We got Draken, level 86 player, pretty experienced. You don't see a lot of double-digit, well, maybe triple-digit, but near triple-digit level. So certainly a higher experienced hunter. And from the other side, we have the survivors YV, CW, and two others. Miki, Ali, actually, as we're waiting for the match, could you direct us to where the what are they called? Where are the names for each of these survivor players?
Oh yeah, that's pretty important. You see, I think it's gonna be pretty hard to say ghosts' names because I do not know what to say personally. We got ZW, YV, and then the other two, we got Forward and Seer, bro. Like I don't know, man. But this is a pretty strong comp, Psyche. I think this is gonna be an excellent start for the survivors, and Feaster does kind of struggle with this type of comp, so they're playing matchups quite well. But it all matters in the sticks, Psyche. So let's see how it goes.
Definitely. We did see the survivors builds there for a second there. Of course, all of them are running borrowed time. The forward, though, the only one with tie tuner, interestingly enough. Everyone else is focused on kiting. And I believe, let's take a look here, Seer and Acrobat have flywheel, or otherwise known as chungus in Spanish, I believe.
They have the chungus, and let's see if they can use the chungus.
Broken window. So great spawn selection there from the survivors. I love that they made sure to pick not only the strongest areas, but they took control of the middle of the map. So you don't see area selection a lot, but this is an important thing to mention. Being able to be a survivor and pick the middle of the map is really important, just so that Hunter doesn't have the control over the middle of the map. Miki, you can take over.
So right here, Psyche, they picked very, very strong areas. They got graveyard, church, shack, and you're right, they picked such strong hiding areas. But immediately, you're gonna see the Seer rotate all the way to back lockers. Let's see if Draken gets a hold of this, and I think he does. His Feaster wheel is going on, so no tonight is needed here. Does he catch sight of the tracks?
Oh,
he does not, but he catches sight of these tracks.
Oh,
but he got peepers, he got peepers.
The peepee, all right. All right,
BP.
Acrobat's probably going to use a ball here. He's going to leave him susceptible to tentacle, but great dodges from the Acrobat. Nice job.
Beautiful job. He's just using his option. He's canceling it out. And right there, we see that Acrobat's kiting around Graveyard. A beautiful pallet drop right here. Just making sure that he had the timing to outpace Feaster.
Nice tentacle, though, is going to force... what
Oh!
was that? What was that hitbox? Acrobat is going to get away with that just barely. Cool accessory, by the way.
I know. What the heck? This is it's not my favorite. Oh, slow ball.
Slow ball, that's going to cost a little bit of time. But still, he's in a great situation here. Oh, maybe not, though, because now he's going to get cut off.
He placed it a little too early, I would say, because he should place it right at the window to make sure Acrobat commits to there. Because now he has a portal. This is really good teamwork.
Wow, is he even... Yeah, he is going to still need a ball just to play around the tentacle. He does have to play around it. Even if the Feaster isn't placing it, he has to do the ball sooner than later. And still caught him with the mud ball, interesting enough. Just barely got a hold of it.
All right, Psyche, I wonder, are we saying that dodge behind the Cypher was intentional? Good Chungus. Are we saying that dodge behind the Cypher was intentional? Or just an accident? I think it was intentional.
Sure it was intentional. Pretty certain it was intentional, because the thing about Feaster and White Wuching's hitboxes is they're very long, but they don't have a lot of width to make up for it. So anything behind any obstacle just throws them off completely. So there we go. Another
Acrobat
ball.
just knows this matchup so well. You can tell he's bobbing, ducking, weaving. He knows where Feaster can and can't see his tentacle. This is what makes Feaster, unfortunately, not one of the top hunters, so therefore having a very difficult time. 3 ciphers complete. Survivor's in a very strong start right now.
He'll have an owl. Let's see if he uses it here. He might not. They might just save the owl for the detention, honestly, for the 4-person escape.
There's the first hit.
Finally, the first hit. Acrobat has no more balls. He cannot gain anymore. He's already gotten his red ball. He already used the other 3 that he started with. It's just him and his flywheel, which he anyway used earlier. But there we go. We got another
Another
portal.
teamwork portal. Very nice job.
Interesting portal. Usually you see that portal not hug
Block
next
the
to it. It's
window.
like on the. Ooh, okay. Let's see if he
Outside
baits.
the window.
No
No!
way! Oh no! Oh,
Oh,
that was good.
shoot.
Okay. Well, it's actually fine because they're quite ahead already. So, and Ford is still in a position to rescue here still. So this
Ford
Feaster's
can
still
harass
not.
right here. This is a very nice spot to assist.
Draken needs to be careful here. But definitely
Tentacle's
this is
gonna
not
be
a
there
great
trying to
area.
block him.
Oh yeah, that's a stun for sure.
Ooh, what a perfect stun right there. Feaster
And
just gets teamwork so hard.
And the small thing to notice there, that forward made sure to stun the hunter before the acrobat fully got picked up. That means, oh, nice pallet stun there.
What a read. He just waited for him to go through there. Because Feaster's disrespected 3 pallets already in this match. Therefore, Acrobat's just like, oh, she's going to do it again. And therefore, he caught him lacking.
Unfortunately, not going to hit that tentacle. 69% decode. Oh, man, I wish the other team, the SEX, is going to pull off a 69% decode.
Yeah, I hope
at some
SEX pulls off 69%.
Great football stuff. Nice flywheel. It saved him, although the
A very good
circuit's almost
Chungus.
prime. I think he needs that flywheel, though. I don't think that circuit would have been prime.
That
without the
was
flywheel.
5 ciphers, Sikey. Not a single chair was on the map. And this is just unfortunate because the Feaster was making correct ideas. However, placing tentacles rather a little too early or a little too late.
Oh, interesting. Taking the portal a little bit risky here. I mean, we do see... Okay, never mind. It's not... Ooh, well, we didn't see confined space yet, did we? Miki, did you see
It is
confined
up,
space?
down, teleport. No, we did not.
Okay, yeah. So no confined space, but faster pallet breaking means that he can switch to teleport. So that was the one thing I was afraid of.
We have a
They
heal
should-
coming out from the
No,
Seer.
they're not
Seer's
going
perfectly okay.
They're
Perfectly
gonna
okay
come
to do
out-
this because he has an owl. So
I would not recommend using the owl there. I'm glad the Seer didn't because it would have just resulted in an easy tentacle hit and potentially a tie next to basement. At that point, the survivors would have a very hard time because tension would run. The tension wouldn't run out before the chair, so they wouldn't be able to
okay, at
rescue.
least it's not a 4-man though. Think about it. That point might be really key for SEX's survivors.
Absolutely.
So not a
making sure
complete
that-
loss. Not a complete loss.
They were very likely going to plan out using the dungeon to their advantage that match. As you guys could see, it was in top broken, but they just didn't get the chance for it. Anyway, the graveyard pellets could only last for so long. Anyway, especially since he used a few of them already, at least one from earlier that match. So great ending to go off. Great start, I should say. Ending to that match. Start for the round for Team Ghost. Great job from the acrobat. Great support from the priestess. Great everything from the forward. The one thing we didn't get to see was that tension hit with the Seer would have been nice. They probably actually could have done it on the portal. Now that I think about it, so that was maybe something they could have done better. I didn't get to see if the Seer was on cooldown, but man, that would have been very cool to see. Absolutely. Miki, you got any thoughts about that match?
That match was really good overall. Acrobat knew this matchup so well. You could tell he had it studied down pat because he knew exactly, like I said, I'm going to reiterate it. He knew exactly where to go and he knew exactly where Feasters can and cannot see his tentacle. Therefore, making this kite not even like put stress on the Acrobat, just effortless. He was just dodging and weaving and then he was just disrespecting a lot of pallets to condition the Feaster to walk through pallets, and it did work, and he did get a very important pallets done on mid-church. And what I think the Feaster needs to do now is, all right, it's okay. You took it out a little bit, but you can come back. That game was not it. That's not it. You now know what your opponents like to do, and you now know the style they like to play. You know their favorite spawns, and you know how they favor rotation. It was unfortunate that he didn't catch track of the Seer behind the window because the Seer would have been a much easier kite for him than Acrobat. Because once Seer uses up the owl and a Feaster will probably place a tentacle on the owl, then what? Then he's got default kiting if he's not buying any good pallets, and then he'll end it a lot sooner than Acrobat. Acrobat has like 3, 4, 5 balls to use per kite. So Feaster, he had a really tough target. And then the teamwork from the priestess and the forward too, that just made it very overwhelming for him.
Absolutely, and Very difficult. Like you said, it would have been really nice if he caught sight of that seer, maybe through the walls. I could have sworn that the feaster saw those footsteps early on. Maybe he didn't get to see what kind of survivor it was though. But that one thing would have helped out the match because Seer is compared to everyone else on the team the weakest kiter. So that would have been most preferable. But it's possible that the Hunter just didn't see. I guess maybe they walked forwards and assumed that maybe the Seer kept walking forwards. That maybe is a potential reason. But
Yeah,
even with all of that, even after the Feaster finally was able to knock down, even after Draken could finally knock down that acrobat, that forward was there protecting that acrobat the whole time. Now there was a little bit of a mishap on the first stun, but besides that, everything else was played perfectly. You couldn't get any more perfect. He didn't even take damage, so even if the acrobat got chaired, he could still rescue. And even if he got damaged, they still have the owl. So there are a lot of reasons why they were able to still pull that off, even if he did get chaired. But one important thing to notice there, guys, is the forward actually did the stun right before the acrobat got fully picked up. What that means is when the acrobat gets rescued, he is not stuck in a balloon animation, which is what allowed him to immediately vault the window and not just die right after the stun. That is the prime reason that you see a lot of people when they rescue it forward, that person still ends up dying. So going in for those stuns while the hunter's picking up is key, not only for stalling, but for survivability of these survivors. So, I mean, it only makes sense. Survivors are supposed to survive, right? Not die. So...
they're not dyers, they're survivors.
They're not dyers, exactly.
But wow, the Team Ghost, I could say huge coordination, but SEX isn't out of it yet. I would like to see that type of level of coordination because Ghost showed that they have worked very hard on that type of coordination, portal wise, football wise. Like it's just everything was very intentional in that team, and that's what I really liked about it. It was very good outplay from them, and I thought that unfortunately I feel like Draken was on the right track. He just had such a tough target. And Feaster, even if it goes past 3 ciphers and your next goal would be to stop Cypher Rush, he had no group of ciphers in an area where he could just easily control. They made sure to split up those ciphers, hence the rotation. So Team Ghost quite literally covered all grounds. I don't think they left a gap of error right there. And then when you don't leave error, the hunter loses. That's simply how it goes. Same thing for survivors. If the hunter doesn't leave error, the survivors leave one little error, the hunter wins. So that's simply how that happens.
Absolutely, exactly, Miki. That's usually how the game works. That's how I think it should work. It should be rewarded with teamwork. If you, as a team, were able to pull in the victory because you as a team work together, even the strongest hunters in the games are not going to be able to recover from such strong communication, such teamwork, and that is preferably how it should be, at least in my opinion. So it looks like we are moving on to the next match now. The hunter is going to be Ghost. We're going to have Ling Zhu. I'm very sorry if I'm mispronouncing that name. That is why you guys will see their name will be YV. In the match when they do show up, that would be Ling Z. Z? I don't know.
Hey, why you laughing, man? Hey, why you laughing, man?
No, Miki, don't look
I'm
at
about
me.
to get commentator canceled, bro. Canceled. No, I'm kidding. But Ling Zhu or YV or whatever. Wait, wasn't he the survivor too?
I believe he was. I'm pretty sure they did. So
Dual faction. That's always impressive to see because it's a whole different mindset going from a survivor going to hunter. It's like, okay, I had my team to back me up, but now it's just me and the sticks, man. Like that's why I always have huge respect for dual faction because it's so hard to switch your mindset that soon. It's like you were playing with, like I said, your team backing you, and then now it's over. You know, like you're getting now you're gonna get attacked by survivors, and you got to get ready to face the music.
absolutely, Miki. I don't know how many more times I'm gonna say absolutely. I need
Absolutely.
Absolutely, Miki. we're going into
And
the
now I'd like to take a moment
second
to thank
half.
our sponsor, Bush's Big. No, okay, we don't have sponsors.
Bush's Big Beans. We're actually moving on to the second half now of round one. The first ban is Patient. This is a little bit confusing. I'm being told that the first ban is Priestess, followed by a Seer Mercenary lock. Maybe there is some mishap.
Yeah, I'm watching
on the display. But so far we have Patient ban and Little Girl lock. Now they are supposed to be banning Patient and Little Girl, but I don't believe it's in that order yet. So first ban was, yes, I think we got it now. I think it's, oh wait, never mind, it all disappeared.
I'm reading in the chat. I think they're a little bit of technical error. Don't worry about it. So apparently, according to what I've seen, they have indeed locked Prisoner and banned Postman.
Well, hold up a second there, Miki. First they ban Priestess, then they pick Seer Mercenary. Very solid Survivor, followed by very two solid Survivors. Sorry, I guess I should say very solid Survivor ban from the Hunter and two very solid Survivor picks. Seer Mercenary. Seer always a little bit risky in this early round just because if it's a Sculptor or Dream Witch and he gets found, he could be in a lot of trouble. But it's very worth the support for the other three teammates. Next up, we have the Patient ban. Miki, you can take over, by the way, if you want. Miki, do you have the stream?
Yeah, I have the stream open. Don't worry, I'm watching it. Being very careful. So the Patient ban is a really good idea. Patient, like now he's been out for a while. Survivors had time to lab out spots, to lab out where you could go, where optimal routes are. What's it called? Where it synchronizes with kiting routes, and it's just overall dummy powerful, dummy broken. What I like to call 599 character. The Patient and Psychologist duo, when they released, both of them should have been $5.99. Them DLC type characters, bro. I swear. But anyway, now you got Little Girl and Prisoner Lock. So I'm thinking they must have been practicing. SEX must have been practicing with the Little Girl synergy for the team, because if Little Girl goes to Merc, that's two survivors he can't chase, and then he's got to choose Prisoner Seer. But by then they can like run away. You know what I mean? Like this is heavily gonna be dependent on where Little Girl spawns. But then again, teleport. So.
Yes, it is true. If Prisoner or Little Girl get found and they're not able to get away before they do get found, then they could be in a lot of trouble. They are, Little Girl though, on the other hand, although Prisoner is a high risk, I've always said Prisoner is a high risk lower word character. But maybe it could
That's
be
pretty accurate. You know, you're not wrong.
But if it's Wheel, I suppose in that case he won't be able to break the connections, even though the connection really, I wouldn't say is super game-changing. Little Girl, on the other hand, very game-changing. Very difficult to follow, very difficult to go after, because the moment you try to go after her, she's already teleporting away. Especially since they have a Seer on the team, they're already giving the Little Girl vision on whether the Hunter's actually even going to her, so she doesn't even have to like get scared and teleport sooner, because the Seer will just be able to point out, hey, Hunter's not actually coming for you. They're assuming you're going to teleport right away. So in that case, the Little Girl won't even need to teleport. They'll just stay in the same spot. So the very nice synergy between these two survivors, Little Girl and Seer, being able to see if the Hunter's actually going after the Little Girl so that they know they actually have to use the teleporter now. Very cool indeed.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be heavily based on Seer. Seer better give very accurate and very specific communications, because even if you mess up the slightest thing, you say he's going to, like, let's say for example you were talking about middle broken, but your teammate, aka the Little Girl in question, thought it was like top broken, that they're screwed. They might run right into the Hunter. That's what I mean by specificity. It's very important for the Seer to do that, and we're gonna see if that happens. Like some people would be like, oh, why is this person over there? Could be a communication error, which could be fatal.
Yes, exactly. So this team is always going to need strong communication. But if they can pull it off, they should have a pretty successful time here. At minimum, a tie, just with the ability to stall out with the rotations and the Little Girl. But it also could be a little bit scary later on in the match. Once that Little Girl gets a heartbeat, it might be too late for her to teleport away. Because you keep in mind, they do not have any stunners this match. They also don't have any super great supporters besides the Seer. Seer can block one hit, but again, that really depends on the Hunter. If it's a Dream Witch versus a Patroller, Um, if it's a for Dream Witch versus a Patroller, you're gonna need the Survivor to get out at least 2 Patroller bites before the third Patroller bite can be safely blocked with an owl. You're going to need to do great kites because you're not gonna have that forward to rely on mid kite or after you die. So you won't be able to have that. Um, it's really all about securing this rotation early on, and the longer they can rotate, the less time they have to kite. It does come off with the trade-off though, where the longer they spend rotating, the less time overall people are decoding. The nice thing is Mercenary, as I said before, is just so amazing survivor. He doesn't have to worry about anything. He is arguably probably one of the best Cypher rushers in this game. Even though with a 25% decode debuff, it might sound counterintuitive, but he's a survivor who can never get chased. He's just that annoying pest that you cannot get rid of. Always existing in the game, early on, mid game, late game. Unless you get a terror shock on him at some point in the game, he's sticking around like a like I don't know, like a bacteria strain. I don't know.
Mosquito, bro.
Bacteria strain is
Mosquito.
easily removed.
Merc and
Like
Mosquito both start with M, and they are both so annoying to deal with. They just linger. It's like, so you just.
you're right, you're right. He is. He's always like you can never really get rid of him.
And then,
And
and
it's,
then it just. And it's hard to
it's
catch the mosquito because even if you do, the mosquito lives for a little longer.
he's just gone. Once you finally think you killed him, he just picks himself up. Another one takes his place. Mosquito, typical mosquito life cycle.
That's just mosquito. No, that's actually how mosquitoes work, dude. You would be sitting in your room and you'd be like, oh, that one bit me already. It's dead, right? And you get like 3 other bites showing up out of nowhere, and some places that I deem inappropriate, and it's just like, what the heck?
Places you deem inappropriate. Tell that to SEX right there. They'll tell you all about that. Well, we are going into the match here. We actually got info on the builds of the survivors. So right here, we're going in with Ty Turner on Mercenary. Now, by the way, I didn't mention this before, but in this tournament, we are actually having to pick the personas before we can even see the hunter. So this is actually the first time I'm seeing this. Usually I don't see personas being picked before the hunter. I usually see it after, but perhaps it's a new rule in a more recent tournament. I'm not sure. I haven't kept up to date, but that was the past rules. It could be that something changed. Maybe it's because Hunter's Spell was too unfair that if they pick Dream Witch, the survivors just go Flywheel. If they pick Wheel, they go Flywheel. So yeah, Miki, go ahead and accept the invite.
Yeah, I was just waiting for it because I knew I got back on the game and I was like, oh, all band stuff are done. So we're gonna see Sculptor. Sculptor very good on Red Church, narrow walls, narrow alleyways. Survivors are gonna have to kite favoring in the open, even though it feels against their nature. That is how you play the matchup. Let's see if SEX can do just that. Sculptor having been a meta hunter for a very long time. Survivors, I'm pretty cool. Break as well. Spit. No! Okay, survivors, I'm pretty sure, know this matchup quite well, or they should, because this character been in the game for a long time. You can watch top players play them. You can watch our NA survivors and hunters play them. Like, it's everywhere. Sculptor, it is
very strong hunter for a very long time.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yes, I am getting information. I'm getting information that the personas do have to be picked before the hunters pick. So very interesting rule. I did not know about that. So for the most part, I can see why. Absolutely. So,
I see absolutely why too.
We actually have double Flywheel, and they were not expecting the Sculptor. Now,
double Chungus.
The Chungus. They have the Chungus as I
believe. Ooh, what the heck? Prisoner starting in the back. Seer starting top broken.
Interesting spawns, definitely. The problem with these two corner spawns, Graveyard is an exception, but the problem with the corner spawns, top broken or back gate, is, especially top broken in particular, trying to rotate out of there is very difficult because you're always stuck to one side of the map. You can't just walk backwards. You have to walk to the side, and Hunter will be able to cut you off.
Second. The issue with Seer and Little Girl being on Sandwich like that is because now Sculptor has a pick of both of them. And I'm pretty sure she's going to go for the Juicy Seer that's at top broken and that has Tide Turner. So I don't know how I feel about this, man. Does the Seer dare the Sculptor to come chase him? Is this all part of the plan? I don't know. And Sculptor knows this too. So with that assessment, she could just opt to go to top broken, which she's doing right now.
She's actually going straight for the seer, as you said. Obviously, knowing that the seer can just tell the little girl if she's coming after her. So his only option here, really, or their only option here, is to just go after the seer. And once again, this is not a super great area, especially with all these walls. Trying to kite a sculptor here can be very difficult. So already
There's a
great
chip.
There's the first chip. And
No, a free hit.
He didn't have much of an option there, admittedly. All those statues made it so risky that if he ended up taking a statue hit there, he'd just be dead on the spot. So he didn't even have his owl up yet. It should be up now. It is up now. But he does have the tide turn. He has just nothing.
Oh no, he went down immediately. Great job by YB right there. Utilizing the tight walls, like I said, Sikey. That church, narrow and tight area for us. And then YB just used that to his absolute advantage to just crumble the Seer. Seer with no owl in play early game is like a survivor with no abilities, which is very dangerous.
So typically, there is a few things that could have been probably improved here from the start. Now, that Seer admittedly had a very difficult time. The spot that he ended up having to choose was just very difficult to kite at, and it wasn't much of his fault. It just all has to do with the start. Really, I say this with a lot of things, but it really does have to do with the start. Your start determines the whole rest of the kite. So if you didn't get to start in a good area, you're going to have a very hard time. It will be an after half
This
rescue.
is after half, and it's 50%. Isn't that like one of the worst ways to make a rescue?
It's a little bit unfortunate, but the sculptor did push the mercenary. It would have been nice if the mercenary maybe walked away a little bit, maybe not feed so much presence.
Oh my god, what a good blink. The blink is so that Seer would not have time to react with an owl.
A little bit of trouble. Oh my goodness, that
a double.
So he actually did not have full presence there. That statue hit led to the full presence, and the moment the hunter got full presence, they were already taking advantage of it.
That is incredible. That is
they didn't even have it up yet. They were completely hoping that they land that statue hit, and they did. So it automatically combined the statues together. Now it's going to be... This is just based off experience at this point. When you go against a sculptor like this and you do a rescue against a very quick down, this is what usually happens, is that the sculptor is just able to take everyone out slowly but surely. Even if you are able to prevent every single basic hit, it's only a matter of time before the hunter... Great shot there, but it's only a matter of time before the hunter just is able to take you out with full presence. Even if you dodge every basic, even if you dodge every normal statue, you still, at the end of the day, cannot dodge those full presence most of the times unless the hunter completely misplaces them. So this hunter, though, on the other hand, is not going to let that happen. Great job from the prisoner going in the basement. Not going to allow any statues that way. So very cool strategy there.
Oh, that was Murky. Looks like prisoner. He's in the console.
Oh, it's the mercenary. My bad. So drama's out here.
Little guy, the little girl is coming to save right before half too. Paige going down, a great Paige, gonna buy him some time.
Let's see if he survives.
And he used the Chungus, but he did end up dying either way.
He used the Chungus. He did use the Chungus, but it was a little bit mistimed slightly because it's hard. It's hard to use Fly against Sculptor because she drops a statue, you only have 0.2 seconds to react to that. So there's not a whole lot that Flywheel could do in such an open area against... Whoa, no way, oh my goodness!
Oh my lord.
So I'm not sure if it would have counted as a hit anyway, but what sculptors tend to do, if you guys didn't pick up on it, is that sculptors actually purposefully use their bodies to trigger the full presence statue on context.
It's so good. It's such a well-used strategy.
It is a very good strategy because the way it works is a survivor will try to avoid full presence statues out in the open as much as possible. But then, if they try doing it while running near the sculptor's body, the sculptor will actually know that the statue is going to miss slightly, and so they're already going to get in the way of where the statue is going to go, and then just stand next to it, and the splash damage from the statue is actually going to be enough to damage the survivor. So, great blink there from the sculptor there. Obviously, it was just a blink, but they're actually at one cipher. They got surprisingly a lot of progress here. So she does see the teleport, but a recent nerf to Little Girl, Miki, I'm not sure if you know this, but a recent nerf to Little Girl makes it so that if she cancels the teleport, Hunter can see her for 5 seconds. So
that's good. That's actually really good.
A very good nerf, exactly. So now you can't just pull the Hunter. She had no choice. She had to prevent the teleport because if because the hunter already saw her teleporting, so if you didn't cancel it, she's already like walked into the mercenary. So great.
Ooh, good
Was that
Chungus.
a hit? Was that
Nope.
a hit? I'm not
No.
sure. No,
I'm
it
pretty sure
wasn't.
that was a
Okay.
dodge, but that's a down.
Yeah, a little bit. I would like to see the cipher progress here. So far, it's just the last 3 ciphers have 0. There's one of them that has like 5%, but there is a lot of decode that still needs to be done. One cipher remaining may look like there's nothing left, but ooh, a whole 95%. Plus, it's at middle. That's the 5%. It's gonna be very difficult to come back from the situation. So it did get closer than I thought. But still, oh, he actually had one more elbow pad. Maybe he pulled up from a chest.
Yeah, he's
Maybe,
just trying
maybe
to.
he's gonna use.
He's trying to, but she's just gonna bleed a little girl, and then that's a lot of time to kite with no items against a full-season sculptor.
Oh
He's
yeah.
doing a good job so far, and I think that since this area has so many available pallets, it's pretty good. But however, in the sculptor matchup, this is a horrible area to kiter, and that's why he just died.
There's not much you could do. So what it really came down to that early game positioning. Picking that corner, this is just generally what I find when I do map selection. Picking the corners, especially on church, because church, those corners, you can't really transition from them. Church is a problematic map if you are unexperienced with the of how the flow of the map works, because the way that, if you think about it, the way the map works is it's two halves of the map split where you can't kite from one half to the other without some sort of priestess support or some sort of boost or something like
Absolutely.
that. So once you pick a certain side of the map, you're kind of stuck on that. That's the problem with picking the corners, is that unlike on like hospital, you could still pick like shed corner on hospital and you'll still survive, because that shed still leads to a hospital or other great pallets to survive with. You won't be dead if you pick a corner that's true. Plus you start off with a great pallet, the shed pallet. But church is a whole different story. Picking top broken means that the hunter always goes after that spawn. If you pick backgate, that's a little bit better, but you're still kind of in a situation where the hunter could just pick between graveyard and backgate, and now your options are either stay at backgate or go shed. Neither of which are very good, because if you go shed, you don't really have anything else to connect with after that. And that's really the magic of kiting in this game, is that you're not just able to kite at the start, you're able to move into another spot. It's really actually all about where you're gonna go later more than what are you doing now. Obviously,
Oh, absolutely.
what
I
are you
100%
doing
agree
now
with that.
matters. But if you don't have a plan after the now, then it's not going to do you a whole lot of favors, and that's the whole problem of church. So, in my experience, I find that picking graveyard is always a good option, but the other corners, I would say, try to stay away from, because if you pick middle church, great. Now hunter can't pick that. If you pick graveyard, great. Although I personally wouldn't go for it. I'd rather start in the between backgate and graveyard, just to give myself the option. So no matter which side the hunter starts from, I'm always in a great zone to start off with, without them like trying to cut me off. But really the other corner spawns are not recommended, because, like I said, you easily get trapped and you don't have anywhere to go without the hunter cutting you off very easily. So I probably would have gone with the middle spawns. That would have helped a lot with rotation. So that is
I'm
the
not gonna lie, Psyche. You showed like you remind me that man, this guy definitely has played the game for 4 years. Like placement is so key in this. You've been given the gift to choose your spawns. It is no longer an RNGesus pick. Be careful with what you pick. Why are you putting two of the weak links right next to the hunter? A seer at top broken, seer over shack would be much more powerful. And putting Merc at top broken, why would a sculptor ever chase Merc? So therefore, she would have to waste time either going to Shack, where Seer already has an idea of where she spawns, so he can already move, or waste time going to Graveyard, where the little girl could teleport. So survivors would have had a much stronger start had they placed Seer in a much stronger kiting position. But you're right about Red Church. It's honestly, it's islands. It's an archipelago. It's quite divided, and you really can't cross it without the boat or priestess in this question. In this case, the priestess is the boat in question. So honestly, right there, that is simply survivors not carefully choosing the positioning, because you can tell when somebody is like, okay, I want to be here for this exact moment, for this exact situation. compared to like, oh, beep boop squares. I love playing Tetris. Like it's 100% different. You can tell, and you can tell in the Survivor gameplay. You can tell in kite length, and you can tell in all things. But I don't know why Seer without strong kiting ability and without broken windows persona is chilling at top broken. Like that's so dangerous. Like if you
It
wanted
is
to
very
kite,
dangerous.
yeah, but like the thing is, Sculptor was already onto your rotation and knew exactly where you were. Like that's the hard part.
Exactly. So there are downsides, of course, as well with this selection. Is that the hunter always knows where everyone spawns. That's why it's so important that when you pick your spawn, you pick one where you don't where you have multiple options. So that's kind of what I'm going for with the picking the not picking the corners, because when you pick the corners, once the hunter's coming from one side, you really only have one other side to work with, as opposed to picking like either completely middle or picking between the corners on the sides of the map. That way, no matter which corner the hunter spawns from, you'll always have a great option to come from. That's really the key with Church. Other maps you can definitely play around with, but Church, not so much. You could start off Graveyard. I wouldn't recommend it. The other team did it as well, and so did this team. But I would definitely probably go towards between Graveyard and Backgate, because starting at Graveyard I find is a little bit rough sometimes, because it's much better to transition to Graveyard than to start off with it, because when you're doing that stuff at Graveyard or when you're hanging around there, you don't have super great palette options without like running towards the hunter. You kind of have to run towards the hunter if you get a heartbeat at Graveyard and you want to drop the palettes, which is the problem. So there is actually one thing you could do. You could go behind the tombstones in the very back of Graveyard so the hunter can't see your footsteps, and then you get to the god palette and the god window. But then again, that's just the same thing of you starting at middle, like between Graveyard and Backgate, but with extra steps. So I would definitely highly recommend starting off like in the between the corners. That would definitely be a big help that last match. After that, that was really just very difficult to come back from. That is the problem with Sculptor. That's the frustrating thing about Sculptor, is that once you go down, if it was a fast down, and especially if the hunter has insolence, you just can't rescue. It sounds ironic, but in a team game, the game actually rewards you for not rescuing against specifically Sculptor, because of how strong she gets afterwards. Because you might be saving some time now, but as a result, no one after that is going to be able to kite. So you actually end up killing your team in the long run. But in the short term, it may seem like a good idea. It tends to not be a super reliable idea. It is risky. You could go for it, especially if you have support. But that match especially would be very difficult to support. You would need exactly like a Seer Owl, maybe some little girl pages, and just wasn't going to happen that match, especially when the Seer was already on chair. So this means that Ghost wins round one, a dominant 8-1 lead for Ghost. Now, I don't believe the points matter. I'm pretty sure this tournament, as all other tournaments, are going to be based off of rounds that have been won. So round one, even though they have a 7-point lead, at that point the round has been won. They just get 1 point to their name. So SEX could still come back. They could still win round two and tie this up to from 1-1, making this actually even. And they could still come in and clutch it out. So we have a few subs here coming in. So the first sub we have here is from SEX. Makel is going to sub in for Draken. So Draken was the hunter last round. Now Makel is going to sub in. If I double check right here, I believe, yes, Makel is the substitute hunter for SEX, otherwise known as Secta Elaboradora de Xeroftalmia. Yes, that is the
So
name.
as you can see, Draken's gonna take a little bit of stuff. It's gonna take 5, and Makel is going in. And Ghost is going to sub out Kaka for
1
I
second,
don't
has
know
to
what
pull up the name. Hold up 1 second.
their
So
captain.
their captain. So their captain
La
is
Capitan.
La Capitan es. Who is the captain? Okay, so they're subbing out Kaka, for Ching Y. Wait, is that Ching Y? Yes, it is Ching Y. So their captain is Ching Y. That is the person who's going to be subbing in for Kaka. I wasn't able to catch.
Bye Kaka.
I wasn't able to catch who this was. So last match, I believe, Kaka was the person with the with those line symbols. And in that last match, if we go back earlier, that was which survivor were they playing that round? They were playing I actually don't know. None of these names are matching. Oh shoot, we have a problem. I believe wait, no, the captain was already in that match. I'm confused. The captain was already in the last match. I don't know what's going on here, guys. Ching was already in that last match. Right, yeah, they were already. I'm confused, Miki. Yeah, I'm checking the replay footage. Oh, no. You're saying Kaka is going in, Ali? Is Kaka going in or is Kaka going out? Kaka was not playing the last match. Kaka was not there. They actually had Sky. They had, who else did they have? They had Sky. Sky was the seer. They also had Mushroom. Mushroom was the forward. The captain Ching was the priestess. Who is the acrobat? The YV. The names. All right, guys. I'm confused. The names. Maybe someone changed their name in game recently because there seems to be one of the names Kaka. There is no one with that Chinese name. It might not be even Chinese. It might be Japanese.
Kaka go in, bruh. The Kaka does not come out. The Kaka is going in.
Guys, the Kaka is going in. All right, moving on. So that's the sub going in. Talking about maps now. Miki, you want to talk about the maps? It's in queues.
Absolutely. I would love to talk about the maps. So, as we know, this is it's going to be pretty important that their counter pick is to their strengths, because if you pick like a map that Ghost will steamroll again. So right now, you know, Red Church, big no. Red Church, you got steamrolled, unfortunately. But maybe with the maps of like Hospital, you have a chance to enhance your Survivor gameplay. And then
Actually,
with the
Miki,
chance,
they banned Hospital. They banned Hospital. We already have the map picks.
the map
The
pick.
map
What's
pick-
the map? I don't see it.
Hospital has been banned, and Ever Sleeping pick. I actually don't know who picked the maps. We don't know.
Oh yeah, do we flip a coin on that?
Oh, Feaster was banned, by the way. Feaster was
They
banned.
banned the Calamari Man.
Oh wait, no, we actually don't have the bans up yet. My bad. You guys aren't supposed to know that. Ignore what I said just now. No one was banned yet. SCX banned the maps.
Bro, I can't believe we both did that. We both messed up.
SCX banned the maps, and Ghost picked the map. So Ghost picked Ever Sleeping. Now this is a very difficult map. We saw from the last match. I hate Ever Sleeping as well. Very difficult map.
Oh my god, it's the Lilat of IDV, dude.
And the biggest problem with Ever Sleeping is actually the railroad tracks. Now it's not the tram. Oops. It's not the tram. The tram is not the problem. It's the fact that along the tram there are railroads. Those railroads are huge. They cover a huge portion of the map, which means the map becomes very divided. For example, Graveyard is so divided from the middle of the map. The middle of the map is so divided from Corner House. So when you end up in those areas, you typically end up being stuck there. And unfortunately, Corner House and the Graveyard are one of the best kiting areas. So if you don't start at Corner House, or if you don't start at Graveyard, it's very difficult to actually get a kite there, even though they're some of the best areas in the game. After that, there really aren't a lot of gray areas. You have the fake A, but after that, you are relying on a lot of survivors support or a good start. Maybe like a good start so you can maybe reach Corner House by some miracle, or Graveyard by some miracle. Maybe you start Geisha House or something like that. But it's very difficult. So Ever Sleeping, for that reason, becomes a map that's all about rotating the hunter and knowing the spawns, because you can't really rely on doing a great kite on a map where not only is everything so spread apart, but the areas that there are pallets in, those aren't that helpful either. For example, the 2 pallets by Fake A, if the hunter breaks it from the correct side, it actually means that now you're trapped. For example, if you are at fake gate by the 2 pallets and you are on the fake gate side and the hunter's on the building side, if they break a pallet from the building side, you actually cannot move anywhere. It's not like you can go backwards. There's only endless nothingness behind you, like near that fake
Endless
gate.
nothingness. No, yeah, that's a key palette. Those are what you call objective points or whatever. Those are things that you don't want to burn. Otherwise, like Sikey said, absolute nothingness.
What ends up
Which would-
happening is a good hunter will actually break the pallet from the correct side. And by a correct side, I mean the survivor's not able to go anywhere really helpful. So typically when a hunter breaks a pallet, the best case of using a pallet is actually to run opposite of where the hunter is breaking. But in that situation, you would have to run side to side, like from one side to the other side, because you don't have anything behind you. So that's one of the many problems of ever sleeping, besides just having spread apart pallets. So we're actually moving on to the survivor picks. Miki, you want to talk about the bans followed by the survivors? By the
Yes,
way,
I do.
real quick, the way it works is the hunter bans 2 survivors this round. The survivors lock 2 survivors. The hunter bans a 3rd survivor. The survivors pick a 3rd survivor. The hunter bans a 4th survivor, and then the survivors pick a 4th survivor. So the first 2 picks are immediate. The first is survivor bans, like right after hunter bans 2 stuff, and after that it's 1 2 1 2 1 2 1. So go ahead, Miki.
All right, Mikey. The first 2 locks we have are Merc Priestess. Priestess absolutely busted on this map. Straight up can create the underground railroad with one single portal, and it's absolutely broken. Mercenary. He makes good use of all the open space, like Psyche said, the wide divided map is really good for Merc to just elbow pad and dart his way through, covering all that ground. He does not need to worry about open spaces, therefore making the Mosquito a very powerful pick on this map. The 2 bans, of course. The 3rd ban right now is Batter. So looks like this hunter does not want any teamwork whatsoever, banning forward, seer, and batter altogether. That's going to be really pivotal. So Perfumer is the 3rd pick. This is also really good because she's a strong kiter. She also can abuse 2-story with the Perfumer factor. I would say Perfumer's borderline of 599 character. I'm not gonna lie. Perfumer's pretty good.
The EA 599 character.
The EA 599, yeah, absolutely. And the next ban is Enchantress, actually. So this hunter really just does not want stuns at all, and then Acrobat's the 4th pick. So what I'm looking at right now, Psyche, no matter who they chase, this hunter's not gonna have a good time.
It is possible that we might see a bomb on here, but in that case, the seer ban is interesting. Priestess would have been better to ban as bomb than seer would be, especially. I'm very curious to see what we get here. I will say,
because if you create distance with Priestess against Bonbon, what can you do? If Bonbon doesn't have perfect line of sight on you and perfect placed bombs, he loses. Like
exactly, and the whole thing with Priestess is she just goes through the walls, and as long as the wall's long enough, you're never connecting that bomb.
You're never connecting the bomb, no, because even if you try to catch up later, it's a waste of bombs, and then if you have low economy early as Bonbon, you kind of screw yourself over.
Absolutely. So this hunter now going for the support, they're completely banning all forms of support, the forward support, the seer support, the batter support. Enchantress support recently got nerfed, where if Enchantress is actually next to a survivor, it decreases the stun rate significantly. If we go in the
thank God!
Yeah, they did. They did.
Oh my God! You have no idea how many times she just go, and you're just like.
Seriously, the second mosquito of the game, for real. But more specifically, the devs made it so if this Enchantress is within 12.7 meters of another survivor, that Enchantress reduces their stack gain by 35%. That is a huge hit.
Mikey, we have a breaking wheel.
Wait, we do? You think so?
We do. Yes,
we do have a breaking wheel.
The apple has reflected on ever sleeping. Actually, that's what I meant to say. The apple that fell from the tree did not show me Red Church. I just got confused because the gates they look really similar. So yeah. So the apple has fallen in my favor, and it is indeed a breaking wheel. I totally meant and intended for this to happen.
This is the force that pulled on that apple. We predicted it around too early, but it's finally here.
It's finally here, y'all. The force
Oh,
that predicted the fall of the apple from the apple tree in my apple orchard.
exactly. Now, Wheel is probably this is probably Wheel's, I would say, best map. I would say it's even better than Moonlit. 'Cause
Dominant, absolutely.
Even though Moonlit has the size advantage where Wheel is able to completely get value out of moving around, the problem with Ever Sleeping is that you just don't have anything prevent the Wheel. There are way less good windows on Moonlit. Sorry, on Ever Sleeping than on Moonlit. Even Moonlit has a lot, like the areas where there are windows in, they're actually pretty decent against Wheel.
Also,
They're not
carousel
terrible.
abuse against Wheel goes dummy on Moonlit. When you
Very
hop on
true.
carousel, he cannot roll on you at all. So he has to transform, and by then, with the animation complete, survivor's already transferring to the pallet. A good survivor will wait for the carousel to take them closer to the pallet. They get off, and then there's just a little bit of a trek to the pallet. So
Exactly. So, man, if you're a thief, by the way, you just shine in the flashlight while they're coming out of Wheel and they can't use traps. But and no one's gonna use thief, obviously. But small
he
helpful
does
thing.
win the matchup pretty well when it comes to human mode Wheel or standard mode
Honestly,
Wheel.
it's not bad because you can actually start getting rid of their ability while they're trying to get out of Wheel. Just like with Corner, I can shoot them while they're still coming out of Wheel. You don't have to wait for the animation to end while they're coming out. You can just shoot them prematurely if you want.
Bad guys, that's 4 years of knowledge right there. I'm pretty sure nobody dares tries that until, it happens in a ranked match. You're like, oh, I can do that? Okay, cool.
So taking a look at the Survivor builds, we have Mercenary with Tide, no surprise. Priestess with the Flywheel and Perfumer with the Flywheel and Acrobat with the Flywheel. Everyone is running Big Chungus build right here.
All Chungus?
All Chungus except Mercenary. They all have Chungus build Flywheel.
Full Chungus.
Someone in the chat needs to tell me, is Chungus Spanish for Flywheel? I mean, I think I read the rules.
It's added in parentheses, Sikey, so we can't exactly argue.
I believe Chungus is a Flywheel, so we're calling it Chungus. I love Chungus. Come on,
I love Chungus. Chungus broken.
So, unfortunately for the Wheel, this is not a great start because Flywheel is the best build to have against Broken Wheels. So this is going to help a lot on a map that already had nothing for them. So they're going to be heavily relying on this Flywheel to help them out. The good news is for the Wheel that Priestess is not so great. Wait, they picked Dreamwitch? Oh, no. Oh, they can still change it. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Wow, okay. Wake up call. Okay, Kaka subbed in for their captain. Wait a minute. It says the captain is right there. It says the captain is the acrobat. Unless there's a second YV. No.
Is Kaka YV?
It says here that the captain is like, okay, ZW, but it's so strange because we don't have one of these survivors here. One of their names is actually not on the roster. I'm trying to find them right now. Their captain.
Oh, they typed it
yeah.
wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, we need to talk about the selection. Very good selection.
No!
Why is
it's too late. Go. Okay, so Acrobat is gonna be at the top graveyard building. Yep, graveyard. And then Merc's gonna be at Quarterhouse, and then Perf's gonna be at Railroads and Priestess Middle. So Priestess Middle is a really good selection, Sikey, because she can go anywhere.
This is very interesting that the Perfumer didn't pick like an area with a second floor. Like, why not Perfumer Corner House or Keisha House? It's very interesting.
I do agree with that.
Just to give her ability some extra value. Playing to your strength is a very big deal on survivors, especially now that you get to choose where you start. And the other survivors don't really.
You get to pick.
The other survivors don't really start with an advantage starting at the heights area, like Mercenary, Courthouse.
Good timing.
Great Perfume there. It's going to stall an extra 5 seconds. However, we do have to keep in mind the Perfume has a cooldown of 10 seconds, so she has to do 5 more seconds.
This is such a bad spot for Wheel, bro.
God.
I already feel
Wheel is going to go after the Priestess now.
What a good choice.
Goodness. Great hate from the Priestess there. Sorry, from the Wheel there. Typically, what Wheels normally do is they would transform by now. They would normally transform by now.
Oh, do you think he's waiting out for a portal? Cuts her off from the portal. Really good idea.
It's possible he might just be committing to the blink here. Like he's not. The hunter is probably not going for a 2-hit combo at this point in the
2-hit
game.
combo,
They're just,
yeah, he's not.
yeah, because it's kind of late in the game for that. So at this point, they're just once their blink is up. I mean, May as well, right? Just hit them twice.
She
Let's see
does
if they
have a
can get a blink
Chungus
off.
in play. She could Chungus the trap.
Oh, he might get mudballed here. He has to be a little bit careful. Fireball would also help a lot. Flywheel
Oh, too
prematurely.
early for that Chungus. Good
Great
body
hit.
block, I guess, but that's not good. That's
No,
really
no,
not
that's
good.
actually a great body block. That's a great body block because his name, what's his name? The wheel is not going to go after the acrobat, and if he does, he's going to waste so much time. And at this point, he'll save more time just blinking the priestess. But it's taking a while
Pretty
here.
important body block, I'm guessing. Good trap. Will she run into it?
No
way, dude! You heard it. No
Well, she
way.
didn't have much of an option there, admittedly. As you guys can see, the wheel still had a second trap available, so even if she walked away, for starters, she wouldn't reach another pallet. She didn't have another portal up. And second, she would die to the second trap. Mercer is already prepared. Perfumer, oh my goodness, they
Psyche,
already
you
have
gotta
three
remember, Psyche. Anytime the hunter does not use blink on the first chase is a chance that he could use it to come back. Because blink is such a good tool to use. So if you don't use it at the start, or the hunter doesn't have to use it, usually he can have a chance to come back. But he's just gonna absolutely disregard
Careful
the
what
chance.
you say there, Miki. Careful what you say, because in this situation, that is actually a bad move, because now the survivors have 3 survivors left. Sorry, 2 survivors left. In this situation, it's actually not good to save your blink, because the whole point of saving your blink is if you're already ahead. This wheel was already behind. Mako was already behind to begin with, so they cannot afford to save their blink. Because now, yes, they had the blink there, and I suppose it did save time, but it's still a losing position, 53, 49%. Still very far behind. 2 rescues will seal the deal and at least secure a 3-man here.
He could tie if he does force this rescue dummy fast to where like the pace doesn't go up. But Cypher, we're accelerate already, right? Yeah, I think he's gonna have this work here. So Survivor's doing great on the side of is Mako hunting for SMX?
Great elbow pad. That was a great elbow pad. Although he can't survive this. Ooh.
Oh, he cannot. Whoa! Imagine if he like just juked that out.
Oh, what happened there? I think they left their elbow pad on. Oh man, that really sucks.
Remember to turn off your elbow pads.
Okay, so everything I said just went out the window.
Real moment.
A miracle was made. A miracle was made by Mako. They were able to
stop
get the
rescue. Also, really
I will admit, it's a little bit lucky they got the wanted order on the mercenary. But besides that,
that's true. That was dummy good. That was dummy lucky, bro. That's so good for Mako.
I do believe that there's still a way for the mercenary to get that rescue. It would just have to involve not getting hit on the first spike.
That's the last perfume, by the way.
Ooh, not done in there. It is the last perfume. That was the last perfume, so it's just a matter of time. Mako gonna get the mirror eye here. So that was really good. Coming back from I mean, let's not say anything yet, but this should be GG right here. He's just waiting for the full presence. 2 seconds left, 1 second left.
Not letting her get to the tram, you know, yeah.
And there's no flywheel anymore. They already used the last presence, so gotta be careful here.
I think they're gonna try to rescue?
Mako is already getting in position to prevent the dungeon.
Oh, no, they have.
And Perfumer, this is the end of her story.
Mako did a really good job securing this tie, actually. That was really good. Cutting off the option.
Once he had the opportunity to find that mercenary, he did not slack on the opportunity. He took full advantage of it, or they took full advantage of it, just not preventing them, not allowing that mercenary to get an easy rescue. Because keep in mind, if that mercenary doesn't elbow pad in the right position, he will. What will happen is he will elbow pad forward. He'll get hit by the second spike, followed by the third spike. So when you elbow pad, you have to be already kind of close enough to the chair. That's why that first spike hit hurts so much, because now he can't just freely take one spike hit and still be like safe for the next 5 seconds and freely elbow pad. Because every time you get hit by a spike, you have 5 seconds of invulnerability from getting hit from another spike. So that is your chance as mercenary to elbow pad in and get close enough to the chair. And even if they come out of wheel with the full presence, that's still only 2 spikes. You will still survive a basic hit. But in that situation, that first spike made it almost impossible to do that rescue from that far away. One elbow pad wouldn't be enough. At best, they would have to get like a bouncing elbow pad off the wall with the one pallet near what's it called, near the corner house. That one pallet near the corner house stairs, like across the railroad. But even with that, I think it still falls a little bit short from my experience. I mean, maybe if the wheel is not able to already get next to the chair immediately, but that's very difficult, very tough. Um, that was just very unfortunate that they took that first spike hit, and there's really nothing they could do after that. They would have to have prevented the first spike hit entirely, or when they took it, immediately know that they have to go for the chair, or else they're not going to make the rescue. That is the other option. Is that once they took that first spike hit, there's no more waiting anymore. So in that case, that would have been the best case scenario for them to still pull off the rescue. Granted, it is a little bit risky because they're not going to be able to get that maximum chair time, but it's absolutely better than not giving yourself the chance. So Miki, you got anything else to analyze about that game? That was a really good early game kite from the perfumer, honestly, from the acrobat supporting with the body block, the priestess. Absolutely amazing.
I think that the wheel made a very important choice of switching to the priestess, and I think that right there secured him that tie, because if he had been stubborn and just tried to chase down a perfumer with 3 perfumes and he's already bumping into a lot of like pallets and stuff, that is not a good pacing for him. So he reset the pacing and he just went to her and he was just like, all right, so you're in the open though, and you did just kind of portal into me. So the priestess did try to set up an assist portal for the perf to go, right? But he instead goes through it and say, "Hey, what's good, priestess?" So after that, she did a really good kite with good assists from the acrobat. Like that body block, like you said, was dummy important. And it was really
Very
good.
true. So doing that move of identifying that, you know what, there's no way I'm gonna catch this perfumer at this point. She already is gonna have a second perfumer. Plus,
Takes
go after this free
discipline.
portal.
Takes absolute strong. That's also experienced hunter likeness. Like that's hunter. That's straight up hunter, y'all. Like you cannot have one game plan. If your first game plan goes south, you had to have another. If you can't chase that first target you're chasing, you have to find someone else. Like that's how hunter works.
Exactly, very true. Although I do have to say that's not the reason why he tied that game. After the priestess's kite,
The wanted order, it was the wanted order.
they still had the 3 ciphers that they needed. So that was still a winning kite technically. The 2 kites together were still able to combine together into a winning kite. So it was, you're right, it is absolutely the wanted order. But even with wanted order, Mercenary can still easily rescue. It just all depends on, can you identify the right time to go in. And obviously, best case scenario, he doesn't get hit by the first spike for as long as possible. The moment he does, though, that's where you have to go, and you can't wait anymore. Because if you wait anymore, well, even with an elbow pad, you will get hit by a spike, followed by a full presence, because there's no way one elbow pad can reach the chair before the wheel does all of that.
Yeah, chance to get stuffed out.
So let's see. This actually is a huge opportunity for SEX to actually win this round now, because if they win this round, they tie it up and they go into round 3. Both sides now are back to square one. Both are even. Round 1 went to Ghost, but if SEX can get 3 people out, that is more survivors out than the survivors from last team were able to get out. You could also see it as like how many survivors the hunter killed, but I like to see it as how many escaped, because a bigger number, that way you see 3 people escaped. Obviously the winning number goes to that team with the more escapes in that case. So it's just kind of easier to understand, but it goes both ways really. Just reverse for the hunter. So as long as you can get through
I think you mean Secta, Elaboradora de Xeroftalmia.
You're absolutely right. We mean Secta, Elaboradora de Xeroftalmia. That FT is really messing me up.
I'm telling you, bro. Who puts an F and a T in front of each other?
Maybe it's Xeroftalmia.
Xeroftalmia.
Oh, by the way, we got our bans in here. So the way this works is actually last match we did mention they banned Feaster last match, and actually the hunter went wheel. Interesting if they banned Feaster last match. Maybe the survivors didn't notice that the hunter got subbed out. The Feaster from last game actually got subbed out for Maycall. because Draken was the Feaster player from last round, and Mako was the new Hunter. And as far as we know, we don't know if he plays Feaster. At least I, as a commentator, don't know.
I don't know
but
either.
So we have actually the first two Survivor bans from the Hunter. The way this works is Hunter bans first, then Survivor bans first, then Survivors pick. So Survivors are banned from playing Seer and Priestess. Pretty typical choices here. Seer, Amazing Survivor, Priestess, Amazing Survivor, Broken, gosh darn Broken.
$5.99 character.
$5.99 character. And in response, the Survivors ban Waxers. Now, it might seem like a questionable ban, but at the end of the day, we do have to keep in mind that maybe they know something we don't. And on top of that, Wax Artist is actually better on Eversleeping because the kiting areas all have short walls. That is what Wax Artist thrives in. When there are no tall walls, he can actually shoot over the walls. That's Wax Artist's biggest problem still. The buff never changed that. The fact that he still struggles with tall walls, and the buff also didn't change the fact that he was already good in tall walls. I really don't see why Wax Artist got nerfed that buff. He was still just a good hunter. He wasn't like amazing. He was just a good hunter, and that nerf felt so unnecessary because now Wax Artist runs out of wax lock quicker. And there, at the end of the day, we still have to remember there are buildings here in the way, so the survivors could kind of run buildings technically and prevent the wax that way. Just walking around the corner, getting around the corner would be very valuable to the survivors. Oh, by the way, we have a new sub. We have Yui subbing in for Jolufan. Jolufan is I assume this is a Spanish team. So that is the sub we have here. I believe that is a survivor. Let me check the roster real quick. Who that was? Miki, you got something to say as I check?
Let me see. So right here, the locks of Enchantress and Prisoner are quite interesting, but maybe they're playing to a specific matchup disadvantage against a certain hunter.
Oh, by the way, Jolufan. J. That's how you pronounce the J in Polish, not Spanish.
Oh, we got Polish stuff.
Yeah, because in Polish you say ya. You don't say, because in Spanish it's like an H to J. So Jolufan is actually.
So in Spanish too.
Sorry.
They say ha instead of ja.
Yeah, exactly. So yes, that is the survivor. So Yui is subbing in for Jolufan. Last match Jolufan was playing. Let's see. We can actually find out. It's actually nice and convenient. We can find out who. Jolufan was playing last match.
Perf is the third pick, by the way.
Oh, Perfumer was the third pick?
Perfumer, yep.
Wow, we have a lot of Perfumers today. Very many Perfumers today. You don't
Sikey, I know you happy. You wanted to talk about how Perfumer was a very underrated diamond in the rough character.
Very, I must say, very underrated character, absolutely. Though I will say against Sculptor, it becomes a little bit problematic. So Jolufan was the Seer last match, being replaced for Yui. Yui is going to be the replacement for Jolufan, and we're going to see what happens.
The Rescuer is the first officer. Really interesting. I'm guessing it's because he's safe for walking, technically safe, quote unquote, for walking across empty space, because hunters aren't just going to swing at his trail, you know?
Yes, exactly. So also, if it's a sculptor, in case it is a sculptor like we did see last match, well then in that case, First Officer is completely safe against that as well. Plus, it's really hard to aim statues at a survivor that you can't see. There are a couple disadvantages with First Officer. First of all, even though the first watch may have a large activation range, the problem with First Officer is the second and third pocket watch activations. The second and third activations have to be within 6 meters of the hunter. That is very close to the hunter. You basically have to be near the hunter's red light to have the second and third pocket watch activate. So even though First Officer got that buff where he can use his pocket watch for a third time, this was like a while ago where they did this buff. In a lot of cases, I find that it's actually a nerf for First Officer, because in the past, he'd shake his watch one time, it was like a 32-meter range, and it lasted 20 seconds. Nowadays, even though the first pocket watch is 10 meters, which is a pretty sizable distance, the second and third shakes are actually 6 meters, and it's incredible that they made the second shake already take 6 meters. Why not this first and second be 10 meters?
I mean, think about it, Sikey. First Officer, he's come a long way from just being a cloak. Like, literally, not only does he get free tide for his rescue, but he also has iframes for a little bit before he goes down. Therefore, could be important to pivotal plays like body blocking endgame, like
It
getting
is.
clutch
It is
rescues.
true. It is
So
true, but
they had to
recently
balance it, yeah.
Recently, I played First Officer just to check him out after that buff, and I actually got mixed results because the biggest problem I had with First Officer was the second and third pocket watches. I could never activate, like, if I activated the within 6 meters of the hunters, I usually might die to like a basic because of how close I had to get. That's the problem with First Officer, except the invite by the Miki.
Oh, wait, shoot, okay. Alright.
So that's the problem with First Officers, that if you ever want to try to use a pocket watch outside of that 6 meter range for the second and third time, you actually do not get a cloak. You get the tide, it's still, but you do not get the cloak, which is very bad for kiting, obviously, because you don't really care about the tide. You want the cloak, and the fact that you can only get it within 6 meters of the hunter is very dangerous, especially with a survivor that you want to be activating their ability when you're already far from the hunter, so they're not able to kind of like predict your positioning once you're closer. Violinist is going to be the hunter.
Woohoo! I like Violinist. Also, another problem with First Officer Psyche is that, like you said, he's cloaked. He's not 100% protected. He can still.
Even with the cloak, Miki, if you don't activate within 6 meters, you don't get a cloak. That's the whole problem.
You don't get a cloak, and then you're kind of just naked.
Yeah, you're kind of naked on the kite, so you kind of have to. So I'll have these awkward times where my pocket watch is about to end. I'm like, okay, well, I have to get within 6 meters if I want to get value out of this. And I actually have to walk backwards to make sure I get the 6 meters off, and it's really counterintuitive as survivor to have to run back to the hunter to get value out of your item.
Yeah, that's tough.
So YV is once again the hunter. YV, real quickly, is YV was. Yeah, again, there's no YV on this roster unless there's a new pin message. But this is the most.
YV, he was the sculptor last time, right?
YV is YV. Oh no, my bad, guys. I see it right here. Here's the hunter, Ling Zhu, same guy. My bad.
Ling Zhu.
Dude, I wonder, was Miki? I swear we're not going crazy. Like, I swear they were Survivor first round. Maybe that could explain some stuff. So
I don't think. Wait, first round of the whole round 3 of SEX versus Ghost?
First round.
Yeah, they did hunters. I mean, they did survive first. YV did survive first. He is a survivor. He's dual faction.
So First Officer, gonna be carrying Tie Turner, Perfumer, Flywheel, or Big Chungus as I like to call it. Prisoner with borrowed time? Why Prisoner with borrowed time? Prisoner's a very scary survivor to have borrowed time. It's kind of like Seer having borrowed time. Seer's ability is not, even though it's good on rescues, it's not good to protect afterwards because then you don't have the option. The hunter just hits you instead.
Looks like the survivors are gonna opt to go in a square formation. Someone at corner house, someone in front of graveyard, somebody on tram spawn, and somebody at the edge of close to what's called above 11.
It's actually not a terrible idea because you don't have to necessarily spawn in graveyard. No, you kind of do. Otherwise, hunter will spawn in graveyard to prevent you from going.
Yep.
Yeah. So, if just for the spawn positioning alone, I would probably recommend Enchantress starts in grave so hunter can't prevent survivors from going to a good area, and First Officer starts in middle so that way prisoner wouldn't be in a terrible spot going in. Once again, giving hunter that middle position is very dangerous because then you are allowing the survivor to get chased on the sides of the map where you have nothing. So
yeah, absolutely. Then again, Psyche, what's it called? Positioning is a fairly new mechanic. I'm pretty sure it's like a little under a couple of months or whatever.
Oh no, don't get run over! No.
Oh no, GTA, bro!
Well, it's not over. It's not over yet.
Oh my god, Grand Theft, he got robbed. Mickey, chat, this man got robbed.
Mickey, I thought the perfumer was gonna get run over there. I didn't think the hunter would get run over.
He got robbed. Now he has to start up this good palace. He had so much time to set up.
Oh my goodness, that was a lot of free distance. Plus, to let the perfumer set up that pallet ahead of time, so that was good. Can he get the perfumer?
Oh, what the heck? Oh, what a snipe! He got it.
That is definitely gonna help out. She still has a flywheel buff.
She does have Chungus.
She's gonna drop that pallet sooner than later. I probably would.
Can he go around? What?
Ooh, this might seem kind of like No.
That might have been a really good teleport.
Oh, no,
wait, that teleport was goated. That teleport was OD.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Oh my goodness. So the flywheel actually almost did save her. Though. You guys saw the hunter was very smart. The hunter was
that
ready
teleport
for the
was
flywheel.
goaded. That teleport was goaded. That teleport was so good.
Well, maybe not, because the perfumer should have been able to save herself, honestly. But even though the hunter didn't swing at the flywheel, she still made it to the pallet.
Yeah,
And
true.
just fell short on the pallet, unfortunately. Very strange. I guess it's not super strange because technically Violinist has no map pressure. It's just
Yeah,
really
true.
rough. Ever since Violinist nerfs, it makes him very difficult to just reliably get the chase off. Well, you
He's
guys
swinging
see,
at flies.
you guys see that
That's
since the
first
first
officer.
officer is able to activate the watch within the 6 meters, it
No.
means he's ready for the third watch. Ooh, did not get that.
Good. That's really good. Oh, she can drop her perfume right here.
But yeah, this is what I was suggesting the first time. This is what the perfume.
Has to respect that option.
Exactly. This is where the perfumer should have ran the first time. Before, instead of using the pallet, going up the stairs and using the perfume would have been a great option there. I believe she would have had it back.
God.
Great to know. Kind of unnecessary, but it does save a lot of time than walking after her.
True.
They do have, let's see the cipher progress so far. They have Isha House, Island, but they still need a 5th cipher. Looks like the smart decision here would be to, I would say, let go of this perfumer, because the hunter's wasting a lot of time. Look how far away this chair is.
It looks like the Enchantress is actually going in.
Yeah, I don't know about this, because the problem is, like, ooh,
That's the problem.
No, that's not the problem. Let's assume she did get the rescue. Even then, even if she got the rescue off, she has no tight so perfumer will die right away. And they had great cyber positioning already. They could have just... They're not going to be able to rescue her and still have her survive until the cyber pop. In that case, do not go for the second rescue.
True.
So even if they got the rescue off, in that case, the perfumer still died. So they end up using health resources. They end up using health resources just to stall a few extra seconds. And really, the best move is to actually stall. You actually stall way longer by.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Oh, that was scary. Ironically enough, the best way to waste Hunter's time is actually not rescuing there, even with the teleport, because that way every survivor still has a good chance of as opposed
that was
to
a really good tactic by the Bio. He just bought
oh my
enough
goodness,
time
this
to
combo! This combo! Oh my god!
He got both.
Okay, so that's really rough, because normally what you're supposed to do as survivor is wait until the full presence runs out by dodging it, then do the rescue. He couldn't do that because if he waited, he also would have gotten hit by the basic hit, so he had no option there. So that was really fortunate for the violinist that was like perfect in line. He probably had that already set up in his mind, like even if he misses, he wants to make sure it's in a spot where he can still get value from the full presence. As of this, on the other hand, he's not going to be able to get value, but you guys kind of see what I'm saying. That way, even if he misses, he has this backup plan, and that is exactly...
I haven't seen a Vio tournament in a long time, bro. This is awesome, actually.
Look at that pallet break. So this is what I'm talking about on Ever Sleeping. Beautiful note there. This is what I'm talking about on Ever
Sleeping. These notes are dummy accurate.
This is what I mean by Ever Sleeping pallets. Survivors trying to go around the pallet, they have nothing behind them, Hunter breaks the pallet, now they have nothing to go towards. They have to walk to the side awkwardly because there's buildings behind them, and that is exactly why the first officer died, because of the awkward pallet positioning on Ever Sleeping. That is the most annoying thing.
A problem.
Fun fact, Miki, you might not know, but Prisoner actually gets his stun back naturally every 60 seconds. So he actually guaranteed... Oh my god!
Oh my god, these notes.
That just barely counted.
It seems like whenever note that YV intended to hit has hit. The other ones of just to cut off route, the other ones were just to like make them like panic or whatever or delay time. But it seems as every note he intended for a hit has hit. Except for that one.
Except for that one. A little patience will go a long way there, but it's not like it really matters. He's got this game on lockdown.
Because he's dead anyway.
Exactly. So this game is on lockdown, so there's not much to really care about. Is actually going to have this teleport for the BM value. Going to pick up this person.
BM, the BM teleport. BM no.
Because he can't pick himself up anyway. I don't believe so. Yeah.
Jeez, bro. Just Team Ghost is just... the little bit of BM right there. Always fun.
even crawling to the dungeon won't do anything here for the first officer because this prisoner still has 60
what
seconds
the?
left on chair. They
More
actually
BM?
chose
Is
to
this a
keep.
struggle-free BM? Oh god.
I believe what the hunter's trying to do is they're trying to drag him to a closer chair so that they can immediately pick up the first officer, but it's unnecessary
It is unnecessary.
because he's got 60 seconds left on chair once he chairs. So unless he doesn't find the first officer, which if you don't, you just stand on top of the dungeon anyway. It's not like they can crawl out gate dungeons. They're
He's
only on
just gonna
gate.
walk. He's quite
Alright.
literally just walking.
It would seem like the opposing team Ghost are gonna take this dub home. So they just needed a
Absolutely.
tie. So they actually already won. They already won this by getting the tie.
They took
Ghost.
the dub, the W. Very good
Ghost
job
just
by
needs a
Ghost.
tie. Hold up, my bad. Wait, yeah, no. If Ghost gets a tie here, if they only get 2 people out, then this game would actually, this round would result in a tie. We would go into round 3. So he needs to kill a 3rd survivor here. Never mind. So it doesn't really matter if a 4th gets out. It doesn't matter if a 4th gets out. He just needs to kill 3 survivors here. I believe, right? Yeah, 3 survivors. He can't.
That's
If he ties,
something though, Sikey. 4K as a violinist.
it is very interesting. Though I will say, the biggest mistake there, yeah, mistakes were made on the kite, but definitely, I'm
Mistakes
not
were
gonna
made on positioning too.
because the thing is like kite is like skill. You get better at the game over time, but game sense is like a decision you can make beforehand in your brain. So the decision there was the correct move there. Even though the hunter is teleport, it might seem weird not rescuing there because then the hunter is just going to teleport on someone else. But the problem is no great rescuers to rescue, no tie turner. So person's going to go down even if you make the rescue. And on top of that, after they go down, you have less health for the next kite. And the way you need to tie that game is to get the tie. They need to. Oh no! They can't. They actually have to go for the. Well, no. If they go for the. If they go for the. You know what? That's a very rough situation because I'm realizing now they need 3 people out. I believe so. No. They could also go for a tie and just tie the round. Bad. Yeah, there's a lot of things. SEX could have done there. They could have also gone for the tie and just go into a round 3 and win round 3. That would have been an option. That is the power of ties. Where if your hunter is able to tie, you can actually have the leverage of either choosing to play aggressive if the time is right, or just playing it safe. But I believe this should be a win for Ghost. They won
Yeah.
2 rounds.
They have
So
done a very good job playing these
I might
games.
want to get confirmation. I might want to get confirmation from Ali real quick. But this should be over. Yes, over. So yes, guys, that is it. Miki, you can go ahead and make the closing statement.
My bad. So, that will be it. That's an excellent job from Team Ghost because man, their survivors were really coordinated, and their hunter was something else. You could tell that game sense, experience, all that came a long way. And Ghost had, I would say, just a little more experience than SEX did. SEX not did in no way do bad, but it's more like Ghost was very well prepared for like everything they threw at them today. But SEX, they have something coming. They just need to like take the time, review the VOD, see what they did wrong, talk about their team, and just you know they'll overall improve more when they do if they do that. Take the time.
Exactly. There is potential there. It's just making those key decisions prior to the match or maybe during the match whether you should rescue or not. It all depends on whether you are going to be able to kite when it comes to the selection, and are you going to be able to, like, assuming knowing who the hunter is, of course, picking an area strong against those hunters. Also combined with your survivor, and um, also on top of that, once there is a situation where the someone is on the chair, should you go rescue? Should you not go rescue? It really depends on, do you guys think the survivor can last until the 5 ciphers pop? In which case you can finish and close off the game and get at least 3 people out, maybe even a 4th, just because you want to have the 4th be the distraction while the other 3 get out. But on the other hand, if they will not be able to survive for the whole 5 ciphers, you could just sacrifice them, take the teleport loss on that, and just have everyone kite on full health, and that'll be their best chance at least doing a rebound kite for a tie. So that would have been the key there. So at least allow themselves a chance for round 3 at the bare minimum. But yeah, that is it, guys, for today. I am so glad to have been the commentator. And Miki, thank you for co-hosting with me.
Absolutely.
And yeah, guys, this is the end of day 1 of the Checkmate tournament. Come back tomorrow at let's see what time. Come back tomorrow for the next few brackets. Speaking of which, let me find the schedules. Tomorrow we will actually have starting the stream at 2 p.m. Eastern. You guys will have you and Mixie be your commentators, and then me, I myself and Miki will be commentating at 5 p.m. Eastern for another 2 brackets. You and Mixie will commentate one, and I will commentate another. Or is it? Or are we doing 4 brackets that day? We'll find out tomorrow.
4
Ali will give us
brackets.
the details. Because I'm noticing these times are a little bit longer in between, so we might actually be doing 4 brackets. We'll see. So yeah, guys.
God.
Thank you so much for coming along. Miki, you got any last closing words?
I just want to say thank you guys for having me. I had to defrost from the game. Sorry if my commentary was a little rusty or anything, but now I got a good feel for it. I promise you, it'll only get better from here. And I hope you guys enjoyed your day. Hope you had a good day. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. And big thanks to Sikey. It's been a long time since we've done any kind of content together. It's been a while, and I thought it was really fun.
Definitely. Really great to see you again commentating the game, Miki. With that being said, guys, thank you all so much for coming along. See you tomorrow for day 2, 2 p.m. Eastern. Get ready. It's going to be a great one. Take care, guys.
Bye, everyone.